Good morning, everybody. We're back with another episode of Stock Dads TV. I think we have some news that just maybe dropped a minute ago, and we're going to let Aaron dive right into it. Aaron, go ahead and take it away.
Morning, everybody. Morning, Lyle, B-Stone, Ivan, good morning. Lar, Peter, Tommy B, up and at it. Miss Tomika, it's a pleasure. Edward, good morning, sir. Miss Mary Rose, how are you? Omar, morning. Everybody coming in. Chris, what's up? Getting the whole band back together. Give everybody a couple minutes here. Yeah, we just had news, guys. Didn't do a whole lot to us here. This is the ADP non-farm payroll or non-farm employment change. We've got our bigger non-farm payroll on Friday, but not a huge reaction yet. All right. Hope everybody had a good morning. Everybody's excited. Volume is very low, Chris says.
I'm on it.
All right. I'm looking at my volume like that has anything to do with it. No, not me. LA Hayes, good morning. All right. I wonder if my volume does anything. No. Don't let me touch technical stuff.
Yeah, Aaron, I'm able to turn up your volume on the back end of things, so I turned you up here. Hopefully that'll be better. Guys, let us know if it's better or if I should keep turning it up.
How's that, guys? Is it any better? Who was saying that? Chris. Is that any better? Hello. All right. Morning, Mr. Paz. All the way to 11. That's right. Well said, Ed. Well done. I'm turning mine up. I don't know. This fancy mic this squirrel sent me. Morning, RC. Echo. Let me try to just reset my mic here. Hang on real quick. Okay, I just reset my mic, see if that helps out at all. Okay. If there's an echo, just consider that's the dance mix. All right. But these go to 11. Why don't you just make 10 the loudest and turn it up to 10? Yeah, but these go to 11. Sorry. All right. Okay. We'll have the technical department work on the echo. Yeah, it's muted. How's that? Hopefully you guys can still hear me. All right. Okay. Better? Okay. Figured it out. Whatever we did, whatever I did, whatever, I just pushed a bunch of buttons. That usually works. Okay. All right. Okay, let's do this stock stuff. All right. So getting started on news. Excuse me. Yes, we just did have our 8:15 news event. That was ADP. All right, I'm going to my right screen. There we go. So that came in a little bit under. No huge reaction here. We just filled the gap pre-market. But here at 10 o'clock, this is huge, right? ISM services, but this JOLTS number, right? Remember, this was Janet Yellen's favorite news event when she was Treasury Secretary, or favorite news print. So we'll see where JOLTS comes in here. They're expecting a 7.1. All right, we'll take a look at this. That would come in right about here. All right, so we'll see, but that's a big news events here at 10 o'clock. So don't let that sneak up on you. You know how that goes. You can get your happy butt just going about your morning, and then you realize you get smacked because you forgot there was 10 a.m. news. So tie a string around your finger, set an alert on your phone, whatever you got to do. 10 a.m. And then crude oil inventories. Crude oil is starting to become a player again, as far as something that we're watching, because it is starting to do stuff. So we've got every Wednesday, for those that are relatively new, every single Wednesday at 10:30 a.m. unless we have a holiday. Crude oil inventories at 10:30. Okay. And then as we move in through the week, for the rest of the week, we've got our normal unemployment claims on Thursday. And then Friday is a big news day, right? Employment change, or average hourly earnings, non-farm employment change, unemployment rate, permits, housing starts, and then that team up north, consumer sentiment here for all the Ohio people. U of M at 10 o'clock. So we've got some decent news events to move us around the rest of the week. All right. What's right in front of us here? We've got 10 a.m. All right. So that's a big deal. Okay. Getting to it. Feels like it's really quiet today. All right. Lock yourself. You must be on the West Coast, Peter. Lock yourself out of your phone until 7:01 or 10:01. Yeah. Where are you located, Peter? I've probably asked you before. You've got to be out west, right? There we go. All right. Vegas. That's right. Vegas. Okay. Oh, perfect place for a trader. Awesome. Jesus. All right. There we go. All right, guys. Let's get to it. Okay. So, starting off with the VIX, right? VX, VIX futures, not VIX, the index. This is the leading indicator for our U.S. indices, right? This runs inverse, VIX up, indices down, VIX down, indices up. All right, ever since February 5th, 2018. All right, so we are still, I want to make sure you guys can see this okay. Yeah. Get my big head out of the way. Okay, so we are still in these, the VIX is still going down in shorts. If you look, right, we're still going down in a series of shorts. 100%. This is all bullish for the indices, right? All bullish for the indices. Now, the series that we're in right here, excuse me, we're still using last Monday's highs as our anchor, right? From that point, or from that anchor point, we've gone down once to targets, twice, right there, to targets. Third time, that's what we're in right now. Get rid of some of this and I'll redo this for you guys. So as we move forward throughout the rest of the week, you can see that the VIX would have it would have to get some real hitch in its giddy up here to break out of short setups, right? Snipe, what's up? Thanks, Snipe, I appreciate it. I didn't know what you meant. You guys got like broken buttons or something? Smash that like button. There you go. Thank you. Very good, Snipe. I like that. Thank you. So you can see a break of the VIX series. Now we've got these tiny little ones in here. I'll show you. But to actually break trend or potentially even break trend, a lot would have to happen here, right? So from these last Monday's, this is the 29th, last Monday's highs to our lows down here on last Friday, the 2nd, right? There was our pullback, no target hit, so we just leave the draw right there because it's already activated that pullback. So we just leave it right there. Came right back, right? So we'd have to actually break out of the 70s, right? 1665. We don't need to round up. We just add it because it's at a whole number. We just add a tick. 70, right? We'd have to break out of the 70s. All right. If you ever wonder that little rounding thing I do on the VIX to say if something is broken or not, I did there's a little blurb I put together. It's on my, guess where it's at? It's on my pinned messages. And it shows you what we have to do. We only do this with the VIX because it's wonky and quirky with how these draws fall because it moves in 0.05 increments. Okay, so 1665 we add a tick, 1670. So 1670 and below, all right, we're still holding that short setup. Okay, so it could run all the way to the 70s, trade its line in the sand, and fall right back down. All right, so you can see there's a lot of things that would have to happen for us to break out of short setups. And if that happens, yes, broken, is it hitting the 75? Exactly. Is it trading the 75? Yep. And that would be a different conversation. Okay. Now, inside of this price action for this week, all right, we're pinned right here between a long and a short. And we're just chopping sideways. And when it's doing that, it's not in gear. So imagine if it's in a car, it's in neutral, right? Well, what drove us up yesterday was the VIX was in neutral and bank was in like turbo, right? And that was driving our markets higher. So coming out of these highs on Tuesday, all right, we've got these pullbacks, excuse me, and they're holding just fine. And then we've got these longs from lows that never did actually break, okay? Because if you look at this, 1617, you got to round down to the nearest nickel because we move in nickels. 1615, subtract the tick, which is a nickel, 1610. So we never broke the tens, okay? We never broke the tens. So that long from lows is actually still intact, right? And so is this short from highs. 1643, round up 45 out of tick, 50 would actually put us right back there. But that's where we are. Look, we've got barcode, we've got ground beef at Kroger, barcode right there. So that's where we're pinned. So there's this little battle over the trend happening on the VIX right here. So it's not really in gear, right? Does that make sense? It's not in forward, it's not in reverse, it's just in neutral. All right. So then we default and we look like yesterday, VIX was in neutral, bank was in, turbocharge. That's what was leading us higher. Okay, so we'll see going into the morning with that. I don't want to, try to predict things, but that 10 a.m. news should get us going, right? That jolt should get us going. Okay, so that's where we're sitting going in today. Nothing's really changed, right? Nothing has really changed so far this week since this high was put in basically all day yesterday. So European Open, we've been pinned between, these two measured moves. So not a whole lot going on, but more than likely that 10 a.m. news today will get us moving one way or the other. Okay. So any questions? Any questions on where we are? Hasn't really, like I said, hasn't really changed too much. All right, which is fine because remember, what's the overall trend now? Right? What's the VIX used for? Well, as Ed was nice enough to send us a picture of, this is a hedging vehicle, right? So if this isn't being bought up and it's not being bid, then, market participants aren't buying a hedge against downside risk, right? So it's a risk-on environment if you want to look at it that way. Okay. All right. Any questions on where we are? Any questions? Anybody? Everybody good? We got on here 35. Okay. All right. So moving on, bank was the star of the show yesterday, right? This led the whole charge yesterday. This is what we talk about, right, with Eddie's dog. If you don't know that reference from Christmas Vacation, his pride and joy snots. When it gets a hold of you, best to just let him finish, right? So that's what happens when we see banks start to do this. And what we mean by that is we don't want to try to pick a top on the indices. If we've got this much of a tailwind behind us, right, it's just a futile attempt to try to pick a top until bank rolls over, okay? If you're looking for a larger move. Now, obviously, there's a lot of people out there that can, scout a little bit on top, but overall trend, right, when bank is doing this is bullish. All right, so what we're going to watch here, remember, this is just an index. This isn't traded, but what we're going to watch are these yesterday's lows to highs. All right, right there. All right. It doesn't have to be exactly technical. Like I said, it's not traded. It's just an index. We just use these draws as a guide because obviously Fibonacci was a genius. So that's how we're using this. So we'll see where we open up, what direction we get moving. If bank opens up and just starts another run, right, that's just straight bullishness. Just imagine the indices with a great big fan blowing up on them, right? Real hard for them to go down, a lot easier to go higher. All right, so this just creates the environment that we're trading in. Okay, so we'll see, but straight up trend. Yes, energy. Yes, exactly. That's a good way to put it. It's just adding fuel to the bullish fire. All right. Okay. So there's our financials. Now, getting to the ES. Those go to 11. Yes. It's one louder. Yes. But we go to 11. Hopefully the majority of you, I mean, that's probably before a lot of your time. If you know what or if you don't know what we're talking about. It's from a movie called Spinal Tap, and it's just this dry humor scene that, just legendary. Absolutely just legendary. When you need that little extra, these go to 11. Why don't you just make 10 the highest? But these go to 11. Sorry. All right. It's one louder. Sorry. Oh, I'm gonna have to watch that clip. Okay, so it's the look on his face that he's just like he's dumbfounded that the guy doesn't understand, right? That it's one louder. Fantastic. Okay. All right. So on the ES, we've just been going straight up in these series of measured moves, right? We've got these massive targets. All right, we've got these massive targets up here from this extension long. Right, Nate? Up here at 71.40, right? We got plenty of targets above us, but the big one's up at 71.40. All right. Giggles now. So we've been going up from these in this series. Now this is where we are right now. Okay. We had this pullback, right? From last Friday. We were watching this yesterday, or watching this week. There was our pullback there. Target hit right there. This is our next pullback from these lows. That was European Open yesterday. Okay, so 3 a.m. Eastern, the European Open yesterday, lows to highs. So that's our support. Now, we don't have to make it all the way down here, remember, right? Because this doesn't lead anything. The VIX leads, right? So we don't have to make it all the way down here. So, but that is our line in the sand. That would break our trend, okay? Now, you could make a case and get more aggressive if you wanted to here. From this pullback yesterday, right, that we had, that there's a more aggressive draw right there. But if that would break, we've got our pullback beneath us, okay? So you can see, again, the ES, a lot would have to happen for us to break trend. All right, so looking at the gap fill, we had our 10-point, here's our gap fill at 69.8550, okay? Extension from 1.5 over here, is that what you're looking at? Yeah, we could, but we don't have that, right? We don't have that on the VIX. Right? You're talking about this right here. It could absolutely be there. Absolutely could be, right? I'm just not drawing it up because we don't really have that same thing. Now on the ES, excuse me, on the ES and what the hell am I talking about? On the Russells and the YM, we do. Okay, so it could definitely be there. That could be what's trading. I'm just drawing up in the series of longs that we've been in, right? Trying to keep it simple for my simple brain. All right. Okay. Yeah, and the VIX doesn't have it, right? So we're trying to do our best here. Just stick with our leading indicators, right? So with our gap, excuse me, with our gap fill, our gap fill is up here at 69.8625. Okay, 69.8625. All right, that's a 4 p.m. close from yesterday. All right, Squirrel, you made it. How are you, sir? Up early as well. Okay, so here's 10 points away. Right, you can see 10 points away traded right here at 5:15, 5 a.m. Right, 10 points defended, led us right into the fill. So now, Tamika, this is starting to irritate me. Hopefully we don't do this again. We did it yesterday. We did it once last week, where we get here and we stop and we just sit on top of it, like all the way to the open. Right. So hopefully that won't happen. Morning, Amanda. Morning, Amanda. That's right, Tamika. It just sucks. Morning, Amanda. So we'll see if we get this rubber band to stretch far enough away. Right, that's what we're hoping for. Now we can hope. You can hope in one hand, and you know how that saying goes. We can hope all we want, but zoom out. Yep. There we go. We've got two of them here. The larger one here, I'll show you. The larger one's down here. This is at European Open yesterday. Right, that lows to highs. Okay, 69.30.75. And then remember yesterday we had this pullback right here. This was very technical. We could get really aggressive. See, that went up and just sat right on top of its target. We could have a more aggressive draw right there from that low. Right? But then if that would break, we've got the larger one below us. Right? So that's how we're looking right there. So right here, 69.50.50 and 69.30.75. You got it? Okay. So again, we'll watch this morning, let this thing, see if this rubber band will stretch away. Maybe we open within 10 on the top side, right, above us. And that would lead us down into the fill. All right, so we'll see. VIX is not giving us really much help here. It's just kind of going sideways. All right, so we'll see as we get closer to the open. We'll just use our gap fill percentages, right? We know at 9:30, if we open within 10 points, right, at 9:30, then we've got about a 90% chance of filling the gap, 90% probability. We open between 10 and 20 points, got about a 70% chance we open outside of 20 points. It's a coin flip, right? 50-50, we have no edge. All right, so we'll see. We'll see as we get close to the open. That wouldn't be bad, right? We squeeze into these 10 points, come down, fill the gap, acts as support, and lifts us off. Wouldn't be surprising at all. That's kind of normal. All right. Oh, remember what I was talking about yesterday? I wanted to point this out. I'm glad I remembered this. That when we're in an uptrend, right, like we are, the indices are in an uptrend, that normally we'll close near highs. This is where we closed yesterday. We'll close near highs, and then overnight we'll fall into our either 10 points or 20 points overnight, and then those will lead us into the fill and the continuation of the trend. That's how a normal uptrend works. Okay. Not every time, nothing's 100%, but that's very, very, very common. We'll close near highs on the day, fall overnight into a 10 or a 20, and that will lead us up into the fill, continuation of the trend. Okay, that's what transpired here. Okay, so we'll see. We'll see going in the morning. Any questions on the fill or anything? Your picture of the bottom corner is covering the point. That's why I got. Yeah. You guys all see that? You got it. Okay. Yeah, I got to remember that my big mug is like over there. Okay. All right. Moving on to the NASDAQ. All right. Pretty similar. So the NASDAQ's going up in its series of measured moves, right? You can see the NASDAQ responding right to that ES gap fill and then that continuation, right? Just like the ESs. Okay. So we're just watching from these lows on European Open yesterday. Right, we're just extending that. See that traded right there? Hit our target, which is this target up here. Get rid of this one. This target up here. There's your profit taking, right? And here's our next measured move down here. Okay, so didn't quite make it, which is normal, right? So we'll just let the ES gap fill and the VIX be our guide. All right, as we move into the day. So if the ES squeezes up into these 10 points and we open within 10 points and start to fall in the direction of the fill, then you're going to see the same thing on the NASDAQ, right? You're going to see the same thing on the NASDAQ. Okay? So that's the NASDAQ. There's its series of measured moves right there. That's the next one we're in. All right, and there's your support. Okay? All right. So pretty cool. This, I mean, everything, guys, just being so technical, right? Pullbacks, 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 right? All the way up. Okay? All right, now the YM and the Russells, they are playing a different game here. Why are they playing a different game? Because of bank, right? They're the most sensitive to bank's movements. So when bank goes up, they fly. All right, so here's the YM. All right, it had this, let me get rid of this. Okay, it had this pullback from the 2nd, December 2nd to our highs on the 15th. There's our pullback right there, right? We went to and through that target. Okay, so on the larger time frame here, right, there is this extension long. All right, what is that? Looks like some sort of targeting system on a Star Wars or something. Get off there. All right. There we go. Okay, so we've got this larger extension below us. All right. Now, if bank opens up and rallies, then regardless, the YM and the Russells are going to get a big tailwind. Okay. Now, when we get into the smaller time frame here, you can see where that extension is drawn from December 15th highs to highs. That's the larger one. Okay, that's the larger one below us. All right, now, when we zoom into our smaller time frames, remember we had this pullback right here, and then we had these extension longs coming off of these highs. That was right there. That's what traded yesterday. All right, this is getting kind of messy up here. Let me do this. All right, well, we've gone to and through that target. Okay, so could there be a new highs to highs on our intraday? There actually could be, right? This is how aggressive the YM's going up. Okay, so we're going to draw, there you go, Nate, or Ellie Hayes. There's that extension from January 5th. Okay, highs to highs. All right, you're going to see this on the YM and the Russells because we just can't ignore it, right? It's right in our face. So you can see it hasn't even made this pullback. So again, if bank opens up and takes off, these are just going to go straight up like this. Okay, like we did yesterday. All right. So that's where the YM is. All right, so we'll see if we can get these pullbacks. And then remember, we had that larger extension below us, the one I deleted. All right, but a lot would have to happen to get us to make that pullback. All right, let's look at our lows of the week to highs of the week. Well, that's not going to help us. No. Okay, so that's where we're sitting right there. We'll just watch bank, right? We'll watch bank. But if we do, this would be a juicy long, right? If we do get down there. All right, where is... Yeah, I mean, there's this is just, when we go ballistic like this and go straight vertical, right? We start to lose a little bit of the structure. But that's what we're looking at right there. All right, so there's the YM. Now the Russells, all right, think bank as well. Most sensitive to bank's movements. There's the Russells extension long. Oh, Loch Ness Monster, Kamika. Ed, you're drawing. Kind of a Loch Ness, pretty good Loch Ness Monster. There's the head, there's its flippers right there. There's its back. I got issues. So you can see there's this possible new extension of an extension. All right, right there. Okay, from the 5th, get up there. So from the 5th, highs to highs. All right, there you go. All right, so again, we'll watch bank. All right, we'll watch bank where we open. All right, thank you, Nate. Thank you, very good. But just awesome, right? Once bank broke trend, this has happened twice now, right? We've talked about this twice in the past probably 2 months, that when bank is in a short trend and it breaks that short trend, the Russells is the way to go, right? Because it just explodes, right? Once bank goes from shorts to longs, okay? And it's really rocking and rolling right now. Okay, so there's the indices. All right, there's the indices. So any questions, right? Any questions, VIX Bank indices or anything you missed? Hang on, I gotta stand up for a second here, guys. I don't want you to see my pajamas. So any questions, VIX Bank indices, guys? Okay, everybody good? Okay, good? I don't have pajamas on, I'm teasing, but I have to stand up and go do something. All right. Okay. All right, good to go. All right, moving on. All right, now crude oil. Crude oil is doing things again. So it started doing things again a couple weeks ago. So we're watching it. All right, and it got matumboed like straight up. If you guys know what that means, get out of my house, right? So, or not in my house. Here's the short that we're in, that we slammed into. Okay, from this high on October 24th, right to our lows down here on December 16th. Remember, we had this dip into these lows, and we just couldn't get through that short setup. All right, I mean, Just couldn't do it. No bueno right there. All right. Scooby-Doo Jamie chat. So from those highs to lows right there, all right, we got bid up into that just to get slammed. Okay. And we knew that was happening. That's not a surprise, right? Because this is when I say price will tell us everything we need to know. This is what's so beautiful about what we do, right? And so powerful. Because as soon as, let me find it. Boom, 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 right here. Right? Actually, there was an extension, I believe. It was right about there. Right? As soon as that broke, right there, okay, that should trigger you. That's the series of longs, right? We traded a short and then we broke the long. So as soon as that long breaks, right, immediately turn around. That should be your first ding, 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 right? Immediately turn around and draw that short, and there it is. All right, and that's, I got in somewhere in here. And just ride that thing down, right? So when we get up here, we don't have to pick this top, right? I mean, you can if you want. That's just a big stop, right? You got to put your stop way up here. So that's a really small position size, right? Or you can wait for the break and then sell the pullback, right? And there was the pullback. All right, traded right to our line in the sand and then straight down, okay? And I just targeted the bottom of this range. So now we've dipped into the bottom of the range, but what we can watch for, okay, is to see if this will give us another entry. Okay, those highs to lows, and we're getting close. All right, we can watch for the exact same thing. So let's follow this up. All right, if you want to watch for a trend break, okay, there's number one, right to our targets. Here's number two, right there. Actually, you could probably draw it to that if you wanted to. Well, we can be conservative. But we can just continue to trail these longs up. And if these longs break, just like they did here, then we can sell the first pullback, right? Take us down. All right, so that's what we're watching on crude oil. All right, actually, I'd draw it. That's not much of a pullback. I'd draw it to there. Okay. So that's what we got going on crude oil, and we just continue to trail these up. Now, if these longs, see, this is the trick, right? If these longs never break, then we're going back to the top of the range. Okay. So just like that, and you can trade these longs all the way up. All right. I would have been doing that if it wasn't at 1 a.m. in the morning. All right, because that's a nice setup right there off the bottom of the range. Like that, Nate? I usually catch Nate in the squat rack doing something and don't want to injure him. And the last time was the pig with a pinwheel. Right? I caught him in the squat rack with that one. All right. So there we go. All right, so there we go. Okay, so we'll see. What I'm personally watching for, since I'm not in this already, is I've got to be patient now, and I just got to wait to see if we get up here, and then we break along, and then I'll look for that short. Okay, but that's just me. If you got in down here on these pullbacks, awesome, right? You've got a nice trend going for you. Okay, all right, so there's crude oil. All right, now gold and silver. Little something we got to watch here on gold and silver. Now, gold, okay, being 100% normal, right? We had our pullback down here, right? Didn't quite make it to our 50%, but we traded support, say the rhyme, right? Trade support, break the short, right? We broke the short. So now we've got this long, okay? Trade support, break short, draw long. Okay, so we've got this pullback coming. All right, so that's what we're watching as an entry into this trend, right? And we got targets way above us. Okay, so that's what gold's doing. Okay, gold's in its first pullback after a trend break, right? Right there. Silver, on the other hand, doesn't look very pretty right now. It's got some work to do. Just look what silver did. That's an all-time high. Okay, that's an all-time high right there that we couldn't get through, right? So since we touched this top of this, right, it puts this pullback in question, right? Get rid of that. Okay, puts this pullback in question. So we'd have to watch, right, we can't just blindly trust this. All right, we'd have to watch for like a 1 hour bar to close green or something like that, because we could fall right back down to the bottom of the range. And this could be a great big range for a while. But we'll see. If these longs hold, we'll let gold be our guide, right? Because if gold holds that long and lifts off, then more than likely silver, is going to follow. So, but that's not the prettiest look right there. So we'll have to watch this long right here for a reaction. Okay. All right, moving on to the dollar. All right, here's DXY. So this is dollar strength. With this is rising. Now remember, DXY is just an index. It doesn't lead anything. But this dollar strength, right, could put a headwind against the precious metals. Okay, now the indices are kind of going into neutral a little bit, right? They're kind of going into neutral with the dollar. But the precious metals, if we're getting dollar strength, that doesn't mean the precious metals are going to go down. That just means it's harder to get a big rally going. Okay, but this falling is dollar weakness. All right, but we're falling back down into support. You can see that right there, right? From these lows on Tuesday to our highs. All right, so if we fall back down into this support and then lift back off, right, we're going to go from dollar weakness to dollar strength, but we'll see. Let's get to the actual currencies, which actually drive DXY, because remember, it's just an index. All right, so here's the dollar yen. Dollar yen's in these short setups. All right, from our highs on January 4th, all right, to our lows, there's our pullback. All right, there's our pullback. Okay, so this falling, all right, is dollar weakness. All right, that falling is dollar weakness. Let me just check here. You can see, yeah. So right here, we traded into this resistance, right? This is the opposite of the rhyme. We traded into that resistance. We broke the long from lows, so we immediately draw the short. And it held right there. Bang, bang, bang. All right, so we're falling here. This continuing to fall would be dollar weakness. All right, that'd be dollar weakness falling out of there. Now, when we move to the euro, okay, this is what's a little weird. Dollar yen's in shorts and the euro's in shorts. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that. So the euro is just the opposite. We traded resistance, we broke that, and then here's our shorts from highs. All right, had number one right there, target. All right, so we're just going to continue to trail from these lows. Okay, so this squeezing up would be dollar weakness, right? But then if we roll back over, that'd be dollar strength. So you see, what I'm getting at is if we see the dollar yen in short setups falling, and we see the euro in short setups falling, you got to watch out for that, because that's the carry trade unwind. That can be very bearish for our markets. But right now, that's not going on. It's just we got to watch for it. All right. So you can see we've got room for dollar weakness to squeeze up into this resistance level, and then we'll see what happens when we get there. But there's plenty of room for dollar weakness here. Okay. All right. As we make that pullback. Okay, British pound. All right, it traded this long that we were waiting on right here, this big long, but it never hit its target. Let me get rid of some of these. It never hit its target up here. So we need this smaller move inside of the bigger one, all right, this worker bee move right here to get us up into these targets. Well, this worker bee is drawn from December 31st to our highs, and that's what we're trading right now. Okay, so if this lifts off, right, that's dollar weakness. Because remember, the euro and the pound are going to move together 99.9999% of the time. Okay, so if we see the pound lifting off and we see the euro making this squeeze into these highs, that's dollar weakness, right? That could put a nice tailwind behind the indices and the precious metals. Okay? If we continue to fall, right, dollar strength. All right, so let's see where we are here. VIX really going nowhere, still stuck. Excuse me. All right. So we haven't quite squeezed up into our 10 points. We're still sitting right on top of the gap fill. Still, we had our entries down here, right, into the fill, and now we're just hanging out right on top of it. All right, so we'll see again. Got about a half hour to see if we stretch far enough away to give us another entry. Okay? All right. Any questions? Anything you guys might have missed? Oh, so the mentorship program, right? If you guys didn't see that, I put it in my channels. Check out that website, okay, that was put together. Stock Dads did an awesome job on that. And make sure you, if you think, and watch that video, because I tried to put in that video what this is all about. That it's completely different and separate, right? This is like, it's completely separate. Just watch the video. And those applications will go live on Monday. So the way that whole process is going to work, right, is we'll go through that whole next week. Will be taking applications. Okay, so you'll have a week to get those in early. Yes, Bitcoin. I did skip Bitcoin, didn't I? Okay, so Bitcoin is holding on to its halfway back in the year. All right. So lows of the year to highs of the year. Okay. That's all we know right now. If this breaks, we could have quite possibly just put in a sloppy short here, and that'd be a double top. All right, so that's all we're watching right there. All right, if this breaks, we're going to draw highs to lows. Watch for that pullback. All right. Okay, and then the euro, draw for the euro. Yeah, we're in this much larger short, but what's right in front of us right now is this high Tuesday at 2 a.m. Eastern. That's your time, man. That's Florida time. Yeah, sure. Tuesday, 2 a.m. Eastern to our lows. Looking for that pullback right there. Yep. Then you can trade these counter trends. Now, just keep in mind, these are counter trends. These aren't with the trend. But you can trade these counter trends up into that if you feel so inclined. But the larger move is this short above us up here. Okay? All right. So yeah, so the mentorship program, check out that, check out the website, check out the video I did for you guys. I'm really excited about that. Okay? All right. Any questions, anybody? Anybody? Everybody good? Tyler, you got us? Tyler? I was going to say, if Tyler doesn't got us, you guys hear me yakking for a while.
Yeah, I got you.
All right, cool. Thanks, everybody. Remember, news at 10. Don't let that sneak up on you. News at 10. Okay? Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Tyler.
All right, sounds good, guys. And we'll be right back. We're going to step away here. We're going to have, I believe, Ammar. Karen was supposed to be on. I think she has an appointment this morning, so she may be joining on us a little later. There's talk that Zach might join us, so not 100% sure who's all going to be on with us, but it'll be, at the very least, myself and Ammar trading live with you guys today. We're just going to step away for a few minutes here, get everything set up, and then we will be right back with live trading, so make sure that you guys don't go anywhere. Oh, we also have a giveaway today, too. Another Lucid giveaway. I think it's another 150 account. I got to double check the details, but so, yes, that'll be happening today as well. We'll be right back. Can you hear me now, Zach?
Now I can hear you.
Dude, I don't understand this because I just looked at my Microsoft, but I checked it 3 times before that and it was on. Like that just it's blowing my mind. I don't understand what just happened there. Okay, so we're good. We can hear now.
Yes, now I can hear you.
Oh my gosh, dude. Oh, that was annoying. Dude, I swear I looked at it 3 different times and was like, why is this thing not working? Well, good morning, everybody. Sorry for the technical difficulties there. We got Zach back with us today. I'm not sure. Ammar might be joining us. I thought he was, but maybe not. I'm not sure if he had something come up or not. Zach, I'll get your screen added here. Boom. All right, chat. What's up, Frank? Good morning. I tried out a little bit of a new layout here, Zach, where when I switch it up so people can tell whose chart we're looking at, your camera goes a little bit bigger with your chart. When we go to mine, my camera goes a little bit bigger. Hey, look at this, guys. Hey.
See that?
So yeah, there we go. A little different layout today, but
yeah. All right.
Well, sorry to throw you off on the open here.
No, we're good. I was, obviously I didn't really get to go through the plan, but the plan for today was that I didn't really have a whole lot. I have a couple names that I'm watching in Dragonfly ISRG, which is moving right now, but I'm going to give it a second here. I want to see it break and hold over 595 and 97s. But other than that, I've opened and then just kind of some swings that I had. Yesterday was a pretty busy day, and so I figured today would be probably a little bit on the tame side.
Nice push here on the NASDAQ, but ES not joining the party. The Dow's selling pretty hard. RTY is selling pretty hard. Divergence going on right now.
Let me see now if this.
All right. Do lean a little long on the indices if we can get above previous day's high. Looks like ES rejected previous day's high to the tick.
Yeah, I actually am a little worried because ES, RTY, and the Dow all pushed above and then failed previous day high. So I don't know if NASDAQ has enough strength to kind of push us and carry us back, but
yeah, NASDAQ hasn't tested it yet. It looks like it's coming into coming into its overnight open right here.
Yeah, and so that's what I'm kind of worried at, is that since it hasn't tested, if it does go up, sweep it, and then fail, then everything tumbles.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll see. I'm going to give it some more time here. Just got an alert for Lily.
We do have news at 10 a.m., just a reminder for everybody. Yeah, it's playing a little catch up now.
LLY is pushing pretty hard.
Yeah, I've traded this name before. It can get moving for sure.
Mm-hmm. All right, so the Q's just tagged the previous day high, but NQ did not.
Yeah, NQ's seen a little resistance at the overnight open right now. I don't have many levels in the area for NQ here.
No.
Day after. You have any individual names on watch today?
I have a couple that aren't triggering, Dragonfly, Open, and then ISRG, but I'm looking to add, actually right around here, to my position I have in Rocket Lab. All right, I think I'm going to do that here. All right, just got to fill at 36 on an add to Rocket Lab. Leaving room for one more small add. Cool. So I want to see that NQ test that previous high. Q's did and gave an initial reaction. NQ is about 5 points away.
I'm gonna say, looks like we're gonna go do it now.
Wow, Lily just exploded. $20 5-minute candle. All right, so there's that test right there.
Yep.
There's that Dragonfly breaking higher here over previous day high. I'm gonna look for some contracts in there. contracts aren't very good.
Let's go, baby.
We'll stick with the equity. All right, there goes ES and NQ. Nice. Excuse me.
Yeah, I had a solid pre-market entry I added to as we kind of rejected the previous day's high, came back into the overnight open right before we got this nice little pop here.
Nice.
Take some profits. We get, I think we can get up to 25,880s. Let's see. Dow and Russell still underneath their opening prints.
Mm-hmm. That dragonfly is ripping now, but I just looked at the option chain. It's not very good. You can go next week calls, but that's a bit too aggressive for the move that I want. I mean, it probably works. The next week $10 calls are 0.3. If it gets to 11, it's a triple.
Just some more, baby. Just a little more. Lily's still going bonkers.
Man, that's crazy. I actually was watching it this morning, but last time I traded Lily, it was a bit an emotional roller coaster. So,
yeah, I've been there with that on that name too.
And sure enough, there it goes. $40 move. Is that new all-time high as well? New all-time high.
Yeah, I'm looking at like smaller time frame right now, but
yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, it's like that monthly chart, just like a clean move up flag for I don't know how many, 2 years maybe breakout.
Yep.
See if this 2 minute can give us a little little 2 minute pause bar, inside bar that takes us higher here. On the cues, come on, baby. Daddy wants a new car.
The ISRG is moving.
Oh,
Hey, Ammar, what's up, brother?
yes, I overslept.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. Happy to have you.
Morning, guys. How are we doing today?
Doing good, doing good. How's the audio sound, everybody? Ammar sound alright? Everybody sounding good?
Oh, I thought I was gonna have Lady today, but
Yeah, she had an appointment.
it's just as cute.
Yeah.
It's just as cute. Like, how are you doing? How's your New Year's?
Well, how are you? It's good. I actually was a little under the weather, but besides that, it was good. How about yourself?
Yeah, no, I hear that. New all-time highs on SPY? On Qs?
Hey, I'm about it. Let's do it. I love me a little bull run. Ammar, I was telling Zach I'm doing a new layout, so whoever's chart's up, their camera's bigger, so we can see your handsome mug nice and big when we're looking at your chart. Then we get Zach's
Okay.
handsome ear hole whenever we're looking at his chart. And there we go. Oh, there's the cues. Come on, baby. Let's go. Ammar's low. Okay. Get low, low, low.
Low, 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 low.
I turned him up. Okay, good. My NQ average price after an add into the winning trade, I'm in at 25,805.7.
Very nice.
Go for about another 10 points to take half off. I'm all right. I think this is the first time you've been on since last year too. How was your New Year's, man?
New was good. New Year's was good. Can't complain.
You didn't party too hardy and end up in jail like Zach?
What?
I'm just kidding.
Is there...
that didn't actually happen.
Okay, all right. I was gonna say that's a story that I need to hear. No partying. I was asleep at like 11 o'clock. Trying to get as much sleep as I can right now before the baby comes.
Oh, I didn't even know you were expecting.
Yes, February.
February. Nice, man. Congrats.
Yeah,
Do you
1
know
month
if you're
left.
having a boy or girl yet?
Boy.
Nice, nice. The Ammar name will live on. Out of all of my cousins, I'm the only one that has a son with my grandfather's last name, and he's like, I keep telling all the other grandkids, you're getting the most in the inheritance. You're the one keeping the Davis name going. I'm like, that's right, baby.
I did get a new PC, so I'm trying to
nice.
set everything up.
What'd you get?
Like the name of the PC?
Yeah,
like
is it, do you just do like a custom build? I bought this one. I never is like Cyber Power PC, but it's like a gaming one.
Nah, yeah, I bought a pre-built.
Okay, yeah, this is like it was like a pre-built thing, but yeah. I didn't realize how much better, like how much more amazing the extra power and speed, the difference it would make. I love it.
Oh my god!
VIX has been moving higher, along with the Nasdaq and ES.
The Dow and the Russell are going down.
Yeah, they're getting hit pretty good.
Yeah.
Banks
Starting to.
ugly.
If we don't reclaim here, I'll look to short.
Yeah, I was just gonna say the VIX behavior's got me a little nervous to be comfortable in these longs here. We have data coming out in 8 minutes. Make sure you're aware of that. Looks like it's JOLTS as well as PMI.
Yep. We'll wait for that to do anything.
Yeah, I'm looking to long gold potentially, but it might just be best to wait.
Yeah, what did I use, mate? Oh, yeah.
Come on, baby. 4 more points. That's all we need. I have my sell order set at 579.75.
Nice.
Don't be a dick for a tick.
I didn't say it.
Hey,
I downloaded the wrong OBS. Stream. No, I get it. I get it. Sorry, I'm talking to myself.
You're good.
I was trying to remember what I used to like record. I downloaded OBS, but it was actually Steam Desk.
Yeah, I use OBS, but I've heard that's solid as well. Nasdaq holding up well here. Doesn't want to give it up.
Yeah, I mean, if the Nasdaq can keep holding as the Dow keeps making new lows, that's definitely enticing because the Dow and the Russell were the leaders the last 2 days. So obviously we have whatever we have in 5 minutes here, but barring that doesn't totally spook us, we should be. Bless.
No, you didn't.
All right, I just got filled on 3 out of my 5 micros. So I'm holding 2 runners.
There it is.
Intel strong. Google strong. Microsoft looking decent. Yeah, Google looks pretty good. Three minutes till data. 3 minutes till data. I'm sorry, 2 minutes till data. 2 minutes till data. So more this time of year when the weather's cold, you still play cricket, or you guys this is the off season?
Off season.
I didn't know if there's any
No
indoor
calendar.
facilities that like did it. Or
Oh,
not.
I mean, yeah, I mean, we rent it out sometimes, but like not.
I gotcha. I gotcha.
The heck, Streamlabs not free anymore. All right, 20 seconds. What do you think the market's gonna do, guys?
I know. If
I had to,
you
for
go
me,
ahead.
I would say yes, sweep the highs and then fade down.
Yeah, I was gonna say if you had to put a gun to my head, I'd say probably fail to go higher and end up going lower. But for my runner's sake, I hope it goes higher. Not a huge reaction so far, at least.
Yeah, not just yeah.
Oh,
There we go.
whoa, whoa.
Let's NQ back into the overnight open, previous day's high. See if it continues to break down further.
Russell looks like it wants the hourly 8.
Yeah.
The Dow's already. Yes, also still has like 10 points of room if it wants it. Roughly like 69, 77, 78.
Let's see. Let's see. Let's see what it. How did?
All right. Well, I want to look for shorts now. I want a little test back up.
So job openings. Jolt's forecasted was 7.647. Actual 7.14. So that was a miss. U.S. factory orders forecast 1.2, was 1.3, so that was a miss. PMI was a beat. 52.2, came out at 54.4.
All right, I'm taking some puts. 690 puts on SPY.
Okay. Yeah, ES just made new lows on the day there.
I'm gonna leave room for an ad, but I don't think we're gonna get a.
Look at this market news headline. U.S. durable goods revised. Actual negative 2.2. Forecasted negative 2.2. Previous negative 2.2. Well, I'm glad we revised that.
We'll look to target like 690. Hello.
We are catching. Where are you? Oh, the heck, you guys.
You came in.
NQ definitely showing some relative strength. Hanging on a little harder than the other indices. Still rolling over.
The Russell just got to the hourly 8, so it kind of hit target, but it still has room if it wants. I haven't seen anything that I wanted to do yet.
Still managing these runners here.
If the Russell or the Dow or both can get a little bit of strength, I would look for a long.
Yeah, Russell's trying right now.
Yeah, the Russell just bounced really nice off that hourly 8. Bounced about 5 points. Still has a long way to go, but this kind of makes sense. You know, I was just not expecting really a big move or any move from the Dow or the Russell. I wanted ES or NQ to do something. It seems like NQ is the chosen one, at least for now. Or it could just be a full hour of chop. I mean,
Don't you dare say that. Don't you dare say that.
I mean, ES pretty much. NQ not so much. ES more of a rangy vibe. NQ more of like a higher low. That gold. Good thing I held off there. It's go up those highs and then shot down.
Why isn't this working? She wants to drop. So have you guys seen Stranger Things?
Yeah, I did. How
So
about
they're
you?
saying that ending wasn't the ending.
Yeah, I think that's BS personally. What do you think?
I don't think the ending is the ending. I think we're
No,
gonna
you
get
don't
another.
think so?
Yeah, there's just too many loopholes.
Well, I thought so.
It
I
can't
think
be
it's most
lazy
likely
writing.
BS. I think what probably happened is they made not a good season of TV, and people just want there to be another ending. That's what I think. We will. All right, no spoilers, Jennifer. No spoilers. I'm sorry. I'll be right back.
How's your small challenge going?
It got hit. It's sitting around, like, it got to a low of like 800. Now it's around like 1400.
I gave up on mine.
Oh, Jennifer's got one more episode. So you
The
got
last-
the 2-hour one.
Yeah, like December was not a good trading month in my opinion.
Yeah, and at least for me, I started off with like a crazy L where I was in A-Lab calls and it was looking good, and then it had like the biggest intraday reversal in its history. It like reversed. I don't know I forgot what it was, but it was like
That was the whole story of December.
yeah, it was like top to bottom. I think it was like 29% or something like that, and yeah, so that set it off a tough foot. But December definitely was tricky.
A-Lab is dead to me.
Yeah. The daily chart is absolutely insane if you really look at it. It's just
How do we go?
Yeah, so I have it here. The high of the day was 182 change. The low of the day was 142. So it dropped $40.
Jeez, holy cow.
Yeah. And then, of course, it actually did reverse to the point where you could have gotten out at like almost break even. And then jumped back down. It's still in this huge range. So,
You're like Zach Austin's in that play? Okay, let me show you.
yeah. Let's have a little historic day here. Nothing much, just a $40 intraday reversal off no news.
That was a historic bend you over with no lube.
It was a tough go, absolutely. Especially because it was literally the first trade. Or maybe it might have been like the second, like 1A, 1B, but like it was one of the first, either the first or the second.
Yes, you know this. You know the old saying: the dick of the major reversal rarely becomes lube.
Silver is a crazy chart.
Can you take me? Man, the divergence just continuing. RTY, YM still melting. ES looking like it's gonna keep melting,
Yeah.
and the Nasdaq just won't give it up.
Yeah, I mean the Russell has room to 25.65, which lines up with like the hourly 20, and then the Dow has another 200 points to the hourly 20 if it wants. So just a matter of the question: does it want?
They don't want. They don't want.
Gold also near yesterday low.
All right, 6% on those buy puts, guys. She needs to break. I need her to hold under 690.70. Oh, there we go. There we go.
Closing up shop here. Somebody just do something with their mic differently. Oh, it's gone.
I just muted it.
Okay. Yeah, so I don't know why. Just whatever just happened. It gave like a little bit of static for a minute, and then it's gone now.
Okay.
We are losing momentum.
Yeah, Frank. Yeah, Banks melting. VIX is going higher. The 3 to 4 indices, all that's lining up, but nobody gave the Nasdaq the memo. Making me nervous here. I feel like it's about to flip and head down with the rest.
Guys, I am taking a scale here and bringing SL to break even. It's 20% on these cons. $25% now. Oh yeah, I'm taking a big chunk out here. SL2 break even. 30%. Not getting the volume that I would like behind this push, so that's why I took a big chunk out and moved SL to break even. Final PT is going to be 691 if we hit that. Otherwise, SL is break even.
Hmm.
Ooh. Keep it going. Have you guys used the Ninja Creamy?
Ninja Cream.
Yes, I have.
All right, you gotta send me some recipes.
What is Ninja Cream?
I was very successful with it, but I'll give it a go.
It's you can like freeze and turn stuff into ice cream or slushy.
Oh, you know what I have? See, my mother-in-law has one. Did you get one for Christmas? You don't celebrate Christmas. Dang it. Never mind.
Yeah, no. How were your guys' Christmas?
It's good, man.
I was down in Florida. It was pretty nice weather.
Oh, dang.
Buffalo. How's New York City treating you?
Good.
How's the new Mamdani, my boy, treating you?
I haven't really seen any impact, nor do
All
I
right.
like politics by any means. So,
Yeah.
but yeah, I don't know. Guess we'll wait and see. I know people were freaking out because the subway fare got increased by like $1, which I guess for people who do take it like every day to and from, it does add up. But
Yeah, wasn't the point like he was gonna make all this stuff cheaper? I thought that was like.
He
I
has
don't
to
know,
increase
man.
stuff to make it cheaper. Have you not been in politics?
I don't know. I heard free rent, and that's where I tuned out.
Yeah.
As much as that would be great, but it's just come on. Well, I still haven't done anything. I'm just kind of watching my swings. The couple names that I had, I mean, the ISRG, I was looking at this ISRG for calls, and the next week, slightly out of the money calls were like 1,500 each. So I said, okay, never mind to that. His earnings in a couple weeks, so it's a no-go.
Oh yeah, I'm torn here.
All right, well, guys, good play. Almost hit our PT for the second one, but good profits also. Oh no, I'm still in. Didn't take me out yet. thought it was gonna, but who's dabbled in forex between you two?
I have, but it was more along the lines of I was actually working for a forex prop firm, so I dabbled with their stuff, but I've never
Okay,
like
now looks
hardcore
like
actually pursued it. I saw somebody talk about this, and this would be, I guess, one reason why maybe it would be worth trying is a lot of the forex prop firms will let you hold positions overnight and swing trade.
Hmm.
So if you wanted to use a prop firm to swing trade, you can do it on a forex prop firm. But there's like swap fees and stuff that come with that too. So I don't know.
hot take, but I actually would rather use my own money than prop money.
Okay, I got you. Like just when you're trading forex,
Well, no, like even if
or
I was
just in
trading futures,
general.
yeah, that might be a hot take, but
That's a crazy hot take. I'm the complete opposite. I say unless you have 7 figures, use props all the way.
maybe I am trading with seven.
Hey, it might cap.
No, I don't know.
I think
found
it really depends on the person and your own financial
yeah,
situation
it's just
and
my
stuff
psychology.
Yeah,
I
even
I
that,
use using prop firms. I've passed prop firms, even got like the 1 or 2 payouts, but it's like my psychology is like, not my money, so I can fold for it type of thing.
yeah, you get the efforts.
Yeah.
But again, that just comes down to like person's psychology.
No, I agree. And I have a lot of people say the same thing to me. But the thing is, once you get to the other side of that and you see consistent and big payouts, it's like, dang, like, why would I
Yeah.
want to do anything else?
No, 100%. I'm
Yeah.
seeing a lot of people make good money on prop firms.
It is tough, though, I will say, to get over that hump because
Yeah.
until you get a couple payouts, it does, feel like you're, playing a video game. It's
Right.
really impactful.
Yeah.
So I can definitely agree to that.
Yeah, it definitely seems like the people who have the most success on props are the ones who take advantage of the prop industry as a whole. Like they're not putting all their eggs in any one individual prop. They're trading them all. They got a bunch of accounts spread across a bunch of different companies and like so like in a sense I feel like it's like kind of like using the whole system to your advantage.
Yep.
But there definitely can be the loop of like, blowing accounts, buying new ones, blowing accounts, buying new ones, and it can add up faster than some people realize if you don't
Definitely
plan it, manage it.
And that's why also like one of my, I guess it's not really a crazy hot take, but I don't like there's these services out there that allow you to trade all the different firms together. I don't do that.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's way less benefit, I should say, than having them all hooked up because one mistake and boom, they're all gone.
Mm-hmm.
But you make one mistake. Because I think with futures, especially, it's very easy for the human error. Like if you're in a short, instead of closing it out with a buy, you press sell again, just like
fat finger something. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, whatever it is. And,
Yeah.
I think it's happened to me plenty of times, even with a lot of experience. And so I think it's better to have them separate. Yes, it's a little bit more work, but usually have like one tab open on one screen, one tab open on another, have 2 different firms at once, move to the next.
Yep. Yeah, I've seen plenty of like social media horror videos of these traders who copy trade, 50 different accounts across 10 different firms. And then they have these red days where it's just like, oh, I lost $500,000 in potential payouts today because I had one day where it just went crazy.
Well, listen, I don't even like using, I do it now, but I don't love often having all 20 Apex accounts like together. Like all of my different firms because it's just, again, if you make a mistake, it's a nightmare trying to get it all back.
Mm-hmm.
Nasdaq looks like it's on a 2-minute, trying to kind of flip trend a bit. Continues to fail to make new highs here. I've been on the fence
Yeah, 3
about.
minutes for the hourly close as well.
Oh yeah, good point. I've been on the fence about like, do I continue to hold these runners or do I flip short for the last like 20 minutes?
You know my answer.
I know.
Well, I made my money for the day, so
At the same time, it also kind of just looks like we're flagging on the Nasdaq.
Yeah,
Full flagging.
I'm personally in the camp of like, I mean, if the Russell wants to get down more, the Dow wants to get down more, like it's possible. But now we're talking about like huge downside moves all in one go. So I'm in the camp of a little bit more consolidation slash like this area hold. But if for some reason we do push lower and then NQ holds, I think NQ is a no-brainer long from there. Wherever that would be.
Yeah. Because now I'm like, oh, I said the 2-minute can't make new highs. Well, I'm like, well, the 2 minutes not making new lows either. We're really just flagging.
No,
we're just getting tighter and tighter.
Exactly. We're right where we need to hold as far as Russell and the Dow. It could go lower, obviously, but the R to R I think is a little skewed here now.
Let's go. I just need like
Let's have
a little more.
I also chart NQ and QQQ.
Oh, do you chart them both? Okay.
Yeah, I just like it because there's no like contract rolls or any of that for Qs, and knock on wood, we have a minute left here, and Qs are looking like it's going to get the hourly close above its level at 624 quarters or so, as long as it doesn't get a pretty big reversal here in the last minute, which would be pretty bullish, and then honestly from there it's pretty wide open to the upside. I mean, that would probably equate to, if it were to get to full upside target, which I don't know if it will or not, but that would be around 26,105 on NQ. So it's a lot of room. It wants it like 250 points. And ES now is actually tagging the hourly 8 through time as long as we don't fully reverse here in the last 40 seconds. Let's see here on this hourly. On regular. We're basically tagging that via time. Again, it doesn't mean we can't go lower, but it just means that's supported at least for now.
All right, guys. I was able to lock out the Tradeify account with max profit. So that's 3 days in a row on that account, so that's nice.
Nice. Is that eval or funded?
So it's a Tradeify Lightning account, so it's the direct funded. So I've been with the 20%. You have to reach $3,000 in order to qualify for a payout. So with the 20% and the 3,000 profit target, $600 is like my max winning day. So I have that set just like auto.
Is it 20%? Is it?
It's 20% consistency, right? Would that be? Is my math right? Right?
I don't know. I thought it was 30. I thought it was 30, but I also haven't used those accounts in a while.
Oh, so it's 20% on your first payout, and then it raises to 30% for any subsequent payouts. I was reading through it yesterday, actually.
It's not bad.
Yeah. Which is, I think they're one of the only straight to funded people who have that role where they increase the consistency.
Yeah.
I am still holding a little bit on my top step, which is just an eval though.
Top step's in trouble, man.
I know. I'm like kind of, and I actually, to be honest with you, I wouldn't even be using them. And I probably should have just complained, but they kept charging me these after I canceled all my accounts with them. They kept rebilling me for resets, like account resets. Like, even though the accounts were canceled, and I was like, what the heck? So I had like 7 account resets, like just sitting in my dashboard. So I was like, if I'm gonna be buying prop accounts, it's like I'm just gonna buy one account,
Yeah, I
and
mean,
then I have 7
might as well.
resets, and it's just like, okay, so it's like I have 7 cracks at this thing with for the price of one at this point, like.
Yeah.
So I'm like, all right, whatever. So I just bought one account yesterday just to basically, instead of like go through support and complain and try to get money back on the resets, I'm like, I'll just try to use it and see if I can. Because the rules aren't bad. It was just all those Project X outages all those days in a row. And now it seems like I saw a video too. It seems like they're moving people to some weird program, which seems odd. When prop firms start doing stuff like that, like you get put on a watch list. It's like, what?
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Yeah, who knows? And also, people make these social media videos for clicks.
Yeah.
That I think a lot of times people fear monger just for the sake
Absolutely.
of engagement, right? So it's like it's hard to know for sure.
I've always just been personally a Project X hater.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, again, now we have this whole thing, but back, before this whole, whatever you want to call it, happened, there's just so many outages, and I felt like Trade-Evate was rock solid, and even if the prop firms make right by it, right, that's like besides the fact, like I don't want there to be outages, so it's like, I think it was it November? I think it was November where there was more outages than actual days able to trade on whatever. So there you go.
New highs on the Qs, yeah.
So for me, it's like, why even try to put my trust in something when I know Trade-Evate, knock on wood.
Solid, you better knock on that wood.
Yeah.
The thing that was also crazy about it, and I don't know all the details to this, but like, so when TopStep first launched with Project X, they had it branded as TopStep X and like made it seem like they owned the platform. But then I learned that there was another company that owned the platform, which was called Project X. It wasn't actually called TopStep X. And so then all these other props started adding it as a trading platform. And so I don't know what relationship Project X and TopStep actually have, but very recently, right at the beginning of November, they somehow got it so they booted every other prop firm from being able to use Project X. And so I don't know if they have ownership in Project X or just whatever the partnership was, however that worked out, whatever. They got exclusivity or whatever it may be. And I believe they're launching their own broker on Project X. So I'm sure that factors into all of that. But as soon as they kicked every other prop out, that's when all the outages started getting even worse. So it was like this double whammy. It was like, and it definitely didn't do great for the reputation, that's for sure.
Oh yeah. I mean, because at the end of the day, it's like you don't want to see a big company go down because it just affects the whole space as a whole. Obviously, if they did like corrupt stuff, that's different. But, if they just like mismanaged things or didn't do
sure. I think a lot of people think running a prop firm, it's easy, but I'm sure it's a very complicated business.
Oh yeah. I'm debating what I want to do here because if ES can flip back up over the open, flip the 5, I mean, the NASDAQ has 200 something points of room. Does it do it though? That's the question.
That is the question.
Someone wants to let me know. That'd be good.
If you give me like an hour.
Sometimes you just gotta take a leap of faith.
Somebody call that a YOLO.
Hey.
Call it what you want.
I mean, it looks good. I'm
gonna
wait for the 5 to flip.
Could also be referred to as a yeet.
Yes. Oh, yes. I'm very familiar.
Yeet.
Very.
One of my alter egos, I like to call myself Yeet Eaterson.
Why?
He's pamping now, baby. Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, in theory, if you took a long here with a stop like 35 points or so, it shouldn't get down there and then work. But at the same time, I can just easily wait for this 5-minute ES to flip. We'll see.
Yeah, my TopStep eval entry is at 25,836. I just moved my stop to break even on this push.
Yeah, definitely shouldn't get down there for sure. It's a good entry. I kind of trying to throw some micros on and just like use like a 50-point stop and just hold for the moonshot.
Mm-hmm. Moonshot
Archie
engaged.
What do you want to Dower trying?
I'm looking at long for spies, just to play to the high. You know, quick little scalp.
Tamika, I just saw your chat. Sorry, we were talking and I wasn't watching the chat closely, but I'm assuming what you're referring to as Top Step was rebilling you for account resets for accounts you couldn't see. That's what it sounds like from that, which is crazy. So like, I wonder how many people they're doing that for. Yeah, it's crazy because I definitely like I manually, I know for 100% fact, manually went in and canceled every single account because I did not want to be rebuild. Because I was like, all right, I was focusing on other things at the time. But I was like, I'm just gonna cancel these for now. I'll buy new accounts if I want them. And but yeah, the reoccurring charges just kept coming.
All right, I'm in some longs here on spy. It's gonna be a quick scalp, if anything.
Tamika, did you reach out and ask for a refund or anything? I'm curious how they handled it if you did. Well, I'm happy I didn't flip short like I was considering because I probably would be punching a hole through my screen right now.
No, never short.
Never. I could get behind that. That should be our merch. Just never short. That's what we put on. I like that.
That's literally my motto.
Oh, dude, I like that. Can I steal that for merch?
Yeah.
I like it. I like it.
I mean, there's a time and place, but
Sure.
people ask sometimes, they'll like DM me like, just curious, does your strategy work for shorting? I never see you do it. And I'm like, well, you know, at least based on my criteria, you know, I'm not a big scalper, and so I see there I'm either shorting or future. Oh,
jeez.
Oh!
Trump must be tweeting or bombing or something. I just got stopped at break even there.
Definitely a Trump tweet.
Oh god.
Oh boy, let's see here. Any news here?
Flippity flap was that?
Let's see. Holy smokes.
Someone just passed their eval on that short.
Gasoline stockpile rising this week, high since January. I don't know, man. I have no idea.
Let's ask Fuzz.
What's weird though is that at least like some of the names that I'm watching didn't really get impacted by that.
Yeah, and NQ's putting in this crazy wick now. Like, look at that 15 minute.
Was it like an individual name you think that did that?
I don't know.
It makes me believe it was like one. I mean, Tesla's actually putting a green candle here.
We're almost back to where we had that drop.
Yeah. I mean, we actually did just tag that ES hourly 8 via direct tag there. But that wasn't like a normal. I mean, I don't know. Amazon.
BlackRock accidentally he'll sell. Now they're trying to like backtrack.
Amazon actually put in a green bar on that dip right there.
Yeah, I mean, NQ's almost back towards its highs on the day already.
All right, back to break even. You know.
It's funny that I say never short. As I say that,
we get that ball. We're literally having the discussion. Never short.
100-point death drop. I mean, obviously, that type of stuff, but yeah, that was funny. will say if we can get back over that 25,880-ish on NASDAQ, I'm definitely long. Because now we would have this, whatever that was. I'll probably go, say, entry call 25,890 and use like a 50-point stop, size small, and try to just hold for moonshot.
A little over an hour into the day here, folks.
The ES still hasn't flipped yet. I need that thing to flip. If that flips, plus NQ over level, I'm taking long.
Yeah, VIX didn't make new highs on that like volatile spike down either. Also, the Dow didn't do anything crazy during then either. It was just ES and NASDAQ.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's weird, man.
All right, I'm going to add into my position in a little bit. Hurry up. Above point of control, which is 692.
Good luck, coconut water.
Coconut water, man. Coconut.
Okay. The 916, 841 range.
All right, I'm going to average down here. You average 0.40.
You're adding to the long boys.
Long leads, yes.
The long boys.
It's a little early add-on, but I'm taking the risk for the biscuit.
Yeah, I might hop back in on the eval account with you here. I think I am. He's gotta send it, bro. He's gotta send it.
Oh, there we go. There we go. Let's go. Come on. Let's get him up. 692. Okay, there. Back to break even.
Oh, let's go, baby. It's time for the Pamp Fest.
I'm telling you, it's that good luck coconut water.
There it
Take all
is,
credit.
baby. There it is.
Sponsor us coconut water.
Please, this is my dream sponsor. This company, Cobra. If you're ever out there, I spend way too much money on this a week.
We'll start drinking it on stream, baby.
Oh yeah.
It's funny you say that. I follow. I don't know if you guys follow a guy named Austin Silver on Instagram, but he was just posted a video where he bought a sauna for his house. He like kept reaching out to the company about wanting to like shout them out, and so they ended up giving him like 10% off the sauna and an affiliate code for saunas. He's on his trading stream,
That's funny.
pushing saunas. I was cracking up.
After Jake moved, he actually, you can see in the back of my picture here, gave me a. He actually gave me a little portable sauna.
Oh, I saw he had that one. Two of my buddies were just telling me they bought like ones like that, like the plastic zip ones that they
Yeah.
have in their house. And they're like, I'm telling you, man, you got to get one. They're awesome.
Yeah, I mean, he actually had two, and he's like, I never opened this one. Do you want it? I'm like, all right, take it.
That's sick.
All right, I'm looking for longs here now as well.
Yes, join the dark side.
Goal, baby.
Whoa.
I hopped back in on the Top Step account. I'm in at 860.
Nice. 5-minute close here. I'm gonna look for a long. Part of me just wants to take a few micros now. The 2-minute closed over it. Gonna wait for 5. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Shit may be leaving for me. I would like to buy the rights to a couple of your micros, please. Preferably at that 860
I'm
mark.
taking out my average down here for 13%. %.
Oh, let's go, baby. She's cooking.
I would like to buy 2 micros,
Oh,
please.
7%.
I almost pulled the trigger there at 884. That's all right.
SL2 break even. The hot streak continues, guys.
Let's go, baby. 2026, Ammar.
We're gonna go for the whole year without
Let's
losing a
go.
trade.
The year of greatness.
I like that. Whole year, no loses. It's like half of social media.
That's good. That one's getting clipped right there, baby. You got to give us a list of trade fluencers that we got to tag.
Yeah, right.
Just starting beefs out here.
Took a few micros there to join the party at 95. A little bit more if we dip, or maybe adding to strength above the highs at 05, 06. Just want to feel something.
I gotta make that actually. I want to do the Grinch. Am I just eating because I'm bored? But then like do a voiceover where it's like, am I just trading because I'm bored? We'll make like a little animation.
Yeah. Baby. $95. Let's go. I have an old pivot at 927. I don't know if you have that, Mark Tyler, but that's probably where I'd look to scale a little bit.
Let me see.
I don't even know why it's marked, to be honest. Let me actually check that real quick.
Yeah, we rolled contracts not all that long ago.
Okay.
Sometimes, like, depending on how you, I know with Trading View and Thinkorswim, sometimes people who use the same levels as me,
Yeah.
when the contracts roll, things get a little different. Where'd you say it was?
927. So it's from it is pre-roll, but I adjust for contract changes. It's pre-roll. It's the 330 level from December 11th, it looks like.
Okay.
That's why I mark it pivot as like a dotted line.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So I'll have to probably take a little there. Should be about 35, 40 points or so.
See, I don't know what I see exactly what you're talking about, but it's
Yeah, so I'll show you on my screen here, like just so you can see it, right?
yeah.
So I adjust for the contract rolls on the bottom right where it says like be adjust,
Mm-hmm.
and then it's from back here, from December 11th.
Yeah. So if I
If I
go,
turn that off, and then I go to December 11th, you can see there's like nothing there, or it's actually much lower, I should say. 6
okay, all right. I must have that off then, because that's where mine is. I was about to say that's where mine is, but when I look at my settings, I thought I had it set to.
But see, that right there, like this conversation, is why I also chart QQQ.
Yeah, it's a good point. Yeah.
Because QQQ doesn't have this issue, and for me, there's nothing on QQQ. I have a small pivot at 628.5s, but then there's no real level to like 630s, which lines up with like 26,100 or so.
It's not showing it when for whatever reason, but like, look, I don't know why. Let me see if I can get it to show actually. Oh, it's behind our heads. It's stupid. All right, you should be able to see it here. But see, look, I do have I have the adjust for contract changes marked on too. So I don't know why.
And that's on.
This is on Thinkorswim, like right here. I have it. But
yeah, I've heard. I don't personally use Thinkorswim, but I've heard some people like have slight differences.
Yeah. And so then you can see this dotted line here, like that's showing you the contract rollover, the contract change. So, and like the level you're talking about is like right here. Oh, I guess I'm not showing my chart.
It's all dark now.
Yeah, hold on, get back up here.
Yeah, man, share your screen.
So yeah, right here is the level you're talking about. And then like right here, this green dotted line that comes down shows you like that was the contract rollover. So I don't know how it calculates that contract rollover adjustment then, because like I'm sure I guess it probably just does. It's weird.
Yeah, I don't know. For the longest time, I might have said this before, I actually only charted QQQ and SPY, and then traded ES and NQ off of that. But now I do both.
Interesting, yeah. I think I did that like early on, and then I think a couple people, maybe it was like Joel from Jake's group, said he's like there's just more data in the future, so they're a little more accurate.
Yeah.
So I just started doing.
Yeah. I also, for the longest time too, just trying to figure out what works, what doesn't, and then ultimately this kind of led to my overall EMA system. But I also marked extended hours levels and regular.
I've always used just New York hours, and even like when I'm trading extended hours, like I'll still use those as my targets and stuff.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I don't use the extended anymore. But basically, my whole big picture thesis wrapped up now is that at some point every single day, the extended hours will match the regular trading hours. Until that point happens, we usually get tricky action. And at some point, they become an alignment, which is where we should both get.
Interesting.
Yeah.
break this resistance.
I do have a level here on ES, which I'd like us to just barrel through. Old pivot.
Yeah. ES is right at yesterday's high as well.
Yeah. Got a 15-minute close in 3 minutes too, so maybe we just go sideways for another 3 minutes or so.
Also, guys, remember Zach does have the free futures and prop firm boot camp coming up, January 12th through the 14th.
Oh yeah.
So you guys can register. I put a link in the chat. It's pinned to the top of the chat. If you guys want to register for that.
Oh yeah, totally free. Good for beginners. Good for more advanced people. Be a lot of value.
Oh, Tamika, once again, I got distracted and forgot about our conversation, but I just saw you said that they reopened your closed accounts so you could reset them and use the credits. That's cool. That's cool. That works. I would say that's unless you like didn't want to trade with them anymore. So, relatively fair solution. Peter, what are they at now? Peter said he got in SPY at 0.3. You printing, baby? You over there like Jerome Powell at the Federal Reserve with the money printer on, going. Good stuff. Good stuff. No Porsche. Yeah, it's almost 100% in a couple minutes. It's not bad.
All right, so that was a 15-minute close.
Just at 11 o'clock.
An uneventful close.
I'm sorry, say that again, Ammar.
It was an uneventful close.
Yeah. We'll push higher on the Nas Daddy here.
I have a trim set at 25 for 30 points.
Let's go, baby.
Sure, now that I put that into the universe. 24 3/4.
I hate that. That's like, yeah.
I know.
You know what I mean? Like, yeah, you put it out there and it just screw
I
you.
know. That's why sometimes I just like market order my sells because I'm like, it's so painful just to like, I'd rather lose a couple points on the exit than like see it get so close and then reverse.
Yeah.
If there's anything that causes me to potentially tilt, it's literally that.
I agree. It's funny you say that too, because I was having this thought yesterday, the day before, like, you could do so like, I'm sure most traders who have been doing this for a while can relate to this, but you go on these hot streaks, right, where you do so well, and it's amazing how like one little bad decision can then just start like be the domino that then starts the spiral of tilt that leads to so much damage. So the thought was like it was like putting it on my board in front of me. It was just like it takes one small bad decision to ruin so much progress. Like always remember that.
Yeah, I always say 1 minute can ruin 1 month.
Yeah, that's good.
And-
Damn, boy,
and
we're
also-
dropping bangers out here. Let's go. Hey.
And also too, for me, when I place like an order to sell, right? So like right now, like my order currently is in at 25. In my brain, it's like, okay, why don't I just sell now? If that's my order, like the dynamic R is now shifted to where I'm risking 20 points to make another 7. So that's why sometimes I just like, I'm just gonna market sell. Like I caught my piece,
Yeah, I feel that for sure.
And then sometimes what I'll do is if I'm looking to trim 3 at let's say 25, I'll be like, we're at 18, I'll sell 1. And I'm like, well, might as well just sell another 2. And then I'm like, well, I might as well sell the whole thing.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
And then I have no position.
Yeah. It's cool, baby. We're getting close on
I
this
did just
top
sell
stuff.
3 there at 20 just because I had to.
I know. I was like thinking about taking some of these top stuff off, and I'm like $100 away. I'm like, just go, just hold it.
There we go. Got my 25. All right, sweet.
Let's go, baby.
Here's my PT also, and I'm gonna close my longs here.
Yeah, buddy. All right, Ammar, catching it on the way down and the way up. You've been hanging out with Karen too much.
Hey man, just teaching, dropping bangers out there.
Nice. All right. I do still think a moonshot is possible, but I'll look for a re-entry.
Did you go fully flat on that, Zach?
Yeah, I did. Just because I had 2 different accounts, or 2 different firms. Sorry, one firm with 5 accounts, another firm with 3 accounts with 7 micros. So it was.
Oh, it's a nice. It's a nice,
Yeah.
quick catch.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot I had my coffee.
You forgot you had coffee.
I forgot I had coffee. It's on the floor. I gotta clean my desk. Got too much crap. Shout out to Top One Futures for the coffee mug. It kept it warm for this last 2 hours. Oh, we're just chugging it now. We have to poop. Ammar, are you a coffee guy? Zach doesn't drink it.
I don't drink coffee either.
He still just drinks Capri Suns. He's on that.
No. I hate coffee.
Bro,
Yeah, coffee's nasty.
you guys gotta live a little. Come on.
Nasty.
I don't need that weak stuff to wake me up.
Mars like I'm on the powder diet.
I do drink tea though.
There you go.
All right. Well, that's good to get a nice little winner. And for me, 30 points on the NASDAQ is like a solid winner because I don't really hold like much. Usually give me, 1 or 2 impulsive candles in my direction, I'm out. I did snag a really nice entry though there at 95, which is like a 2-minute pivot low.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I mean, 30 points on the NASDAQ's enough to make a living for sure.
Yeah.
Peter, if you got yourself the Hot Wheels version, all you need is that tool that The Rock uses in it's a Christmas movie. What's it called? Red One, I think. He's like the head elf, The Rock. He's got this tool with like Hot Wheels cars turn, pew, blows them up into real cars. One day, Peter. We'll all be living in a virtual reality here soon anyway, right? I started following this kid on Instagram yesterday. His like whole shtick is proving that you can get good at anything, and so he like picks new things and spends like an entire day just like going insanely hard at learning these things. Kid's talented, man. He pulls off some crazy stuff in like 12 hours. It's pretty motivational. That fired me up.
Love it. I think I'm pretty much done for the day, though. I'm gonna
Same, bro.
Some,
2 for 2.
yeah, I think if we can consolidate here for the next like 10-15 minutes without like giving back too much, then I think a re-entry could be possible for that moonshot.
I'm like $100 from passing this top step eval, so your boy's just hanging on, hoping for another few points here.
Oh, okay, you're already in. I was gonna say.
Yeah, I'm still holding those.
New position.
Nah, I know. I was like, my profit got like $100 away from the goal. I'm like, at this point, I'm just gonna hold CP.
Oh yeah. One time, I'll never forget. I had an Apex eval. It was literally $20 away, or like 18.
Oh, it's the worst.
I'm like, I need 1 NASDAQ point, so I literally entered, put a 1 point take profit, and then I blew the account.
my buddy did that too, where he like came within like a point or two, like, or I think it was like $2 or something. Like his fill just wasn't good when he exited, and he was like so mad about it that he immediately entered a mini, and it like went against him. And I was like, dude, you needed like just enter 1 micro, bro. You need 2 points with a micro. Like, why would you use a mini?
Well, see, I did that once too after I did the mini thing, and I had like a micro. I'm like, okay, I need like whatever, it was $4, and so I like set it, and I'm like, crap, the fees took away like $1 each side. So then I did it again, and I was like 30 cents shy. I'm like, okay, do not enter a mini, just like enter a little bit more.
Yeah. Yep. That's why I'm like kind of nervous. Yesterday, I like set top step. I set my daily profit at. So I'm aiming for $3,000. Did the 50% consistency roll. So I've been aiming for like $1,500 a day. So I put my auto closeout at $1,505. And so when it closes me out yesterday with like the fill, I was still at like 1490.86 or something. I was like, I did this on purpose. So this couldn't happen. Why is this?
Yeah.
This is sim money. You can give me a better fill than that. Get out of here.
Yeah.
Oh, the joys of trading, right?
Absolutely.
I don't know if I ever told you this story, Zach. One time I had a single Apex account, and in the span of, it's been a while now, but I think it was maybe over a month or so. Maybe not even maybe only a few weeks. I think it was like maybe 2 or 3 weeks. I ran it up to like 25 grand in profit, and then blew the account before getting a payout.
Oh, no.
That was one of the deepest, darkest, depressing times in my trading life.
I've probably done something similar.
Dude,
I always try to tell any of the mentees, like, listen, whatever you've done, I've probably done worse, so don't worry.
Yep, 100%.
Unfortunately.
It was like right after I had read Tom Hugard's Best Loser Wins, where the whole book's basically about the psychology behind adding into your winning trades. And I had just started doing it and getting better at it. And it was like right at the beginning of, I think it was the 2023, November 2023, when we started like a massive bull run. So I was like getting in these winning trades and then like adding into them with size and like holding them and just like crushing it like every day. And then it got to a point where I just like felt invincible and I was like scaling up and up and up. The max size I was allowed to have in that Apex 50K account was 10 minis or 100 micros. And it got to the point where I was sizing up, like I would enter with like 30 or 40 micros and then add in with 20 or 40 micros. To the point where I was like trading where 100 micros at a time, like I was adding into 100 micros. And it was good. I was like, I had like a $10,000 day. I was like, this is awesome. And then one day I did the same thing. 100 micros goes against you. You go to it real fast.
Oh yeah.
I think it's $1,000 a point. I forget if I had to do the math real quick. Stupidity. All right, there it is, baby. The top step eval passed.
Let's go.
Let's go, baby.
Let's go.
All right, good trading this week so far. We're 3 for 3. Green day. 2026 off to a good start, baby. All right, guys. Well, I think we're all flat at this point. All caught some nice winners. Kind of hanging out here for another few minutes. Chat, how'd you guys do? Anybody catch some good winning trades with us? We got Aaron coming back this afternoon for the nooner. We're not going to have the game show today. We did partner with Tradeify. They're going to sponsor the game show. We're still just working on some back-end tech stuff with them to be able to trade on their accounts during the trivia, during the game show segment. So we're still getting that all set up. So we're not going to have the game show today, but we should have it ready to go for next week. Oh, you know what we could do, gents? We could give away a Lucid account.
To me?
We could give away. We got a 150K. Now, today's just going to be a test account. Tomorrow, we got another 150K direct account, which is wild, baby. Did you create that burner account, that burner YouTube account, Ammar? I told you.
I keep forgetting.
If you put on, like, make the name of it like Tyler, the host of Stock Dads TV, has a big dong, and I think like it'll probably get favored to win all the giveaway accounts.
That's how it goes. Okay, all right.
We'd want to make sure that username gets good airtime. You know what I mean?
All right.
Of course. But anyway, let's give it away. Let's give away 150K Lucid test account here. What do you think, gang? Should we just spin the wheel? Should we pick a number? Whoever gets the closest? What do you think we should do?
Spin that wheel, baby.
All right. It would be fun to do. Everybody give us your P&L. Show us your P&L. Whoever's the worst P&L. No, I'm just kidding. If you could upload photos to the chat, I would be like, that's
Who
it.
needs it?
Yeah, we would need it. Yeah, who needs it? Who blew up today? We need screenshots.
Who tried to inverse us?
Who tried to inverse us today, baby? Because you got bent over. Let's go. I love it. All right, the wheel. All right. A font says the wheel. We're going the wheel, baby. Thanks, man. Thanks, bro. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. You're the first one to notice, I think. Steve. Steve, that's good. Where's my chat GPT? I need to clean this list up.
Yeah, I'm stumped. I got nothing to do, nothing to see.
I'm gonna get the wheel added here. All right, chat. Here's what we got. Now, what I did is I went. YouTube has, you can look at the top fans, and it tells you the top 50 active people in the chat. So I just copy and pasted all the YouTube usernames from that onto our wheel here. So if you, for some reason, haven't been active in the chat at all and you don't see your YouTube username on here, please reach out, drop it in the chat. Also, there could be people on this list that are not watching. So if you win, you gotta call it out in the chat and let us know that you are here, so we can make sure to hook you up with the account. And if you're not here to claim it, we'll spin again. So we'll give it just a minute here. If anybody doesn't see their name, all right, we'll get you added there. Lamar, who's your favorite character in Stranger Things? You big Steve guy?
Ah, yes. I do like Steve. Listen, 8 o'clock Eastern time today. Don't be surprised if there's another
Is that
episode.
what you think? 8 o'clock Eastern today, huh?
Yeah.
All right, guys. Got these names added. If there's anybody else, make sure you drop it in here. We're gonna spin just a minute. If there's another Stranger Things episode, I will consider me shocked.
Hey, everyone will be.
Dun, 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 dun,
See, I don't know. I think the internet has convinced itself that there will be. All right, here we go. We're going to give it a spin. This is for the Lucid 150K test account. Remember, if you win, you got to say something in the chat so we know you're still here. We know you're still active. Let's see. How many people we still got active? All right, we got like 20 of you guys still hanging out with us here. So let's see. It should be most people that's still in. All right, here we go. We're giving it a spin, everybody. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh no, what happened? It blew up. No. Get out of here, Ammar.
Yeah, man. Did I win? Let's go. Let's go. Oh, I'm here. I'm here.
Respin.
I'm here.
I knew that explosion would cause problems. All right, here we go. We're spinning again. The man over here earlier is like, I don't even use prop first. I'm too rich for that poor people stuff. Oh, that's fun.
It's funny.
Tommy B. Tommy, are you here, my friend? Tommy, let us know if you're here.
You at, Tommy?
Tommy. We're gonna give you a minute, Tommy. We one time had somebody who was sneaking on stream at work, and so ever since then I don't like to rush because they had to like hide and run to the bathroom to respond. So and you know we have nothing but respect for that kind of hustle. So.
Oh yeah.
We got to make sure to give him a minute here. So we'll give Tommy a minute. Here's what we'll do. We'll give him to 11:25. It's 11:23 right now. 11:25. If Tommy doesn't speak up, we're gonna rip another spin. Yeah, Tommy. It's a funny username you have there, Tommy.
Oh yeah, I think I was hacked. Sorry.
I think we're gonna get the spin again here, people. Don't give up yet. We got 30 seconds. It's currently 11:24 and 32 seconds. We're spinning when it hits 25. We're not yet. Tommy, I just removed your name. We're looking to spin again. Two, one. All right, we're spinning, baby. No Tommy. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
Dun, dun, dun.
Oh, user C boy 8 Bob 7WY4J ski person.
Yeah,
Dude, that's a big username.
Hey, he said he or she or it said they were here. They dropped their name for the roll call. I don't know what your actual name is, user.
Oh, there he is.
Let's
There he is. There he is.
User C8 Bob 7 R2D2 C3PO. Are you part of the Discord? Have you filled out the contact info link that we have? If not, I'm gonna give you. If you're not part of the Discord, let me know. I'm gonna give you a link to fill out your contact info. If you maybe could drop a first name for me.
Or I can give him my link and he can join the Discord.
Okay. The forum's not a big deal. If you're in the Discord, no big deal. Ethan, okay. Go ahead and what's your Discord username, Ethan? Could you send me that? Drop that in the chat real quick. Right quick. All right, guys, cool. We're gonna with that, we're gonna wrap it up. Ethan, I will okay. I will Ethan, I'll give your information to Callan, and he will reach out via email, I believe, with the coupon code for the Lucid 150K test account. Then you can go on to Lucid and go to purchase it. Use the coupon code, and it'll give it to you for free. Awesome stream today, guys. Awesome live trading. We all crushed it. Chat. Hopefully you guys did too. Love to see it. This was the first time we had switched it up here. We switched up our combination here. A little Zach and Ammar combo was a new one. But it was fun, boys. So thanks for coming on and hanging out.
For sure.
And we will see you guys probably next week at this point. Last reminder. Well, not a last reminder. I'll probably remind you probably 4 more times every day until it actually happens. But last reminder for right now, we got the boot camp, the Futures boot camp with Zach coming up, totally free. Link to register pinned in the chat. So make sure you guys register for that. Zach took over 200K out from payouts last year. So you can learn from somebody who has been there, done that with proven success. So make sure you guys are there for that. Don't miss it. And in the meantime, we're going to take a quick lunch break. We'll be back with the nooner. Make sure you guys are here for that. Thanks, guys. We'll talk to you soon. Peace out, everybody. See you soon.
See you guys.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back with the nooner. Aaron, go ahead and take it away.
What's up, everybody? How we doing? Hope everybody had a good morning. Give everybody a second to get in. Make sure to say hi. Little geopolitical stuff going on this morning. Not really affecting us too much. Don't know if you guys saw that. Did you guys see that news? There was a Russian sub tailing a tanker that our Coast Guard grabbed in the no-fly zone of the sea. They didn't pursue him for a while, so there was a little bit of a, I don't know if you want to call it saber rattling or whatever, but a little bit of geopolitical news today. As of right now, the Coast Guard did it, not the Navy. So a little bit of stuff going on, but nothing that everybody hasn't handled before, right? Good afternoon. Art, Mr. Welf, Ms. Tomika, what's up, what's up? Mr. Welf, what's up? 2 tankers seized now. Oh, okay, so 2 of them seized now. Yeah. All right, and yeah, that was the Coast Guard, not the Navy. So Coast Guard's getting a workout. Okay. All right, everybody. Everybody's on? All right. Let's get started. I will warn you if I hear a ding or a couple dings. I will have to turn my screen off, but I'll tell you what I'm doing if I do hear some dings. All right, so made it through some news this morning. All right, nothing too crazy, right? Nothing too crazy. Our markets are very buoyant, right? Our markets are very buoyant right now. All right, what's up, Rick? How are you? All right, so starting off in the VIX. Now remember, this is a good example. We were talking about this yesterday, how technical the VIX is. Well, we're still in these shorts from last Monday, or 2 Mondays ago, the 29th. Okay, down here to our lows on the 2nd, there was our pullback, right? There's our target. We haven't hit the target, so we just leave the draw right there. Now this is VX, the VIX futures, not VIX, the index. Okay, this is the inverse indicator for our U.S. indices. So we traded in that short, never hit this target, traded into it again yesterday. All right, never broke this long, and we traded to it to the tick right here, and we've sold off. Now, this is why we do our little math, right? So 1665 would be a break, but on the VIX, we need to add a tick. So that would be 1670. All right, so 1670s and below, the VIX is still in our downtrend, and you can see that indices lifting off. Okay, but that's why we do that, and that's a good example of how technical this instrument is. It's technical down to the tick. Okay, so we traded the 70s and sold right off from them. All right, now what we have to get through, okay, for the indices to continue to rally, and really for the indices for the rest of the week to kind of get out of the danger zone, right, is we'll need to break this long from lows. Okay, and that might not happen this week, but as long as we stay below these 70s, right, then we're still this downtrend on the VIX and uptrend on the indices is still intact. Okay, but this long from lows from the 4th, all right, that was, oh, this is halfway back in the week. These need to break the 10s. Okay, or yeah, break the 10s. So 1617 round down to the nearest nickel. VIX moves the nickels. 1615 subtract the tick, so the 10s. So we would need to break the 10s, and then we're out of the woods. All variations of longs will have broken. Okay, on the VIX. Now where we're getting hung up today, the range is even getting smaller. Is see this long has a target up here. It hasn't hit that target, so we just leave the draw right where it is, and it needs this little worker bee move inside of it to get us to those targets, right? And you can see that defended, right? That defended today. All right, so we're in this even tinier range here. We've got this long from the 1615s to highs of these 1670. You can see we bounced immediately off that. We shot right off that. But we landed right back into the short. See, so there's really no, how do I say it? There's no resolution to this yet. Okay, there's really no resolution to this yet. Okay, so we'll have to keep an eye on this going forward. Right, but that's where we are. Really, nothing has changed. I mean, nothing has really changed as far as our short setups since we traded this on the 2nd, so last Friday, right? We're almost, I mean, I wouldn't even call it a range, but we're still stuck, okay? But the markets are very buoyant. Remember, if the VIX is in shorts on the larger time frame, the indices are going to remain, dips are going to remain getting bought, if you want to put it that way. All right, but they're very buoyant, right? Push the ball underwater, it pops right back up. Okay, so we'll see. But that's where we're sitting, so I can actually get rid of this, make it a little less messy. All right, so that's where we are. Okay, there's those 1670s up there. All right. Any questions? Any questions on where we are? Anybody? Anybody? Everybody good? Nothing, you know, you probably had the same draws on there like I have for over a week now. I haven't had to move that short draw, just still sitting there. All right, so we'll see a break of this little long. It's not really that big of a deal because it's going to put us right here, right? This is 35. Hang on real quick. Okay. So those 30s right there, we'd have to break the 30s, so we drop right into the 26 or 25. So breaking this isn't really a big deal, more or less just watching it right here. Okay? All right. Any questions? That's where we're sitting. Okay? All right, so moving on. All right, now, this is really impressive, right? Our financials. Now, bank, all you needed to wait on today was for bank to turn around. Today was a very good example of how this affects our broad markets, right? That anchor, you know, and wind in the sails type thing I was talking about. All right, we still have these extension longs. These are the financials in our markets. This is just an index, right? This isn't traded. From our highs on last Friday to highs on the 5th, there was our pullback, right? Well, here's today, right? We just fell right back into support. This was that weakness, right? This was that weakness. And as soon as we got to support and we pulled up anchor on the indices, they were free to rally, okay? And you'll see this was at 10:30, right? There's 10:30. Okay, this is the ES. See how that boat anchor gets pulled up and the wind fills the sails and the indices are free to go. Okay? So that's a really good example of how that works. All right, so there's our financials. So what we can watch here looks, as of right now, it just looks like a big range, right? So we can continue to watch. If bank continues to rally going into the afternoon, right, the indices are going to have that tailwind. And we've seen plenty of times, and I've showed you guys plenty of times, when bank starts doing this, right, we don't want to stand in the way of the indices because they've got a huge tailwind behind them. If bank is doing this, the path of least resistance on the indices is up. Okay, so that's how you have to look at it. All right, so we'll see going into the afternoon here. Let me just check one thing. Hasn't quite broken yet. But if that long or if that short from highs breaks, then we can draw up this long from lows and see if we get any pullbacks to hold. You can see this is just a range right now, right? The middle of the range is not holding at all, either way. All right, just top of the range, bottom of the range, top of the range, bottom of the range. So we'll see if we run back to the top. Okay? But there's your tailwind for the indices. All right, that happened right at 10:30. right? When we pulled up anchor, right? Open the sales, indices were free to go. Okay? All right, so on the ES. All right, here's our pullbacks. All right, we were watching these this morning. There was 2 different levels we were watching, right? We can actually go from this one now. We can delete this larger one. We'll add it back if we need it. But from this low, if you look, yesterday, right, we had our pullbacks coming out of Tuesday's lows to highs, right there. We had our pullbacks. Those hit a target, same or new anchor, just going up in stair steps here. Right, that low at 11 a.m. yesterday to highs, that was our pullback right there. Okay, and we're lifting off. We've now gone through that target. All right, so it'll be interesting to see if we do continue up. Now, you might be, chomping at the bit to draw an extension long here because we did go through this target. The only thing we would really need for that to happen is the VIX has to get out of this and to start to fall, right? Because this still has the potential of squeezing at least back up here, and that's going to send the indices down, and they wouldn't be holding that extension if that happens. Okay, but if we start to fall and the indices start to rally, like continue up, then yes, we would be able to draw that. But right now it's just right? But what we can do is just continue to go up in these stair steps. So we'll look at these lows from 5:15 a.m. right to highs. Okay, and that would be down here. All right. So gap fill this morning, pretty uneventful. We opened at 9:30 right there. Right, filled our gaps again right away. We opened like right on top of them. Okay, so nothing too crazy on the gap fill today. All right, but you can see it's interesting. Here's 10 points away. That was at 5:30 this morning. And we did squeeze 10 points away at 9:45. Then we squeezed to the tick 10 points away at 10:30. All right, just fascinating. Okay. So all of our gaps, I believe, this week are filled. No, I'm sorry, Mondays, which has been the worst day. Monday's gap isn't filled. This is the one we opened outside of 30 points. Right, so we do still have that left, but we're not going to get excited about that. All right, so we'll see. Remember, we were talking about this yesterday. Very often in an uptrend, right, we'll close near highs, and then just like this, we'll close near highs, then we'll fall overnight into our 10 points or 20 points away, and then we'll lift off, fill the gap from below, and the continuation of the trend. So we'll see where we close today. If we close near highs, expect that same thing again. See if we get that pullback overnight to lift us off into the gap fill. All right, that's normally how it works. Obviously, if we keep going up today, okay? But that would be our next support level down here at 69.91. All right, nothing saying we have to get all the way down here, right? Because if this squeezes into these highs and sells off again, when it makes this squeeze, indices are going to pull back. We get to these highs again, and if we get sold out of there, that's where the indices are going to bounce. Okay? All right, so there's the ES. And then, of course, watch bank, right? If it rolls over, we're going to lose. That doesn't mean the indices are going to go down. That just means they've lost their tailwind, right? All right, so there's the ES. Okay, moving on to the NASDAQ. Now, the NASDAQ hit this target, all right, early, right? The NASDAQ hit this thing 10:30, right? So it is, it is flying through here. So there's two, we can draw this up and watch it, this extension, right? From these highs at basically end of the day yesterday or overnight at 6 p.m. All right, we can draw these highs to highs. That's quite a distance away. All right, but then the same draw as the ES would be down here from our 5 a.m. this morning, right, lows to highs. That'd be the next in a series, right, of these stair steps. Right, we had 1, 2, 3, 4, that'd be 5, okay? All right, so that's how we're watching it. All right, bullish, man. Bullish, bullish, bullish. See how buoyant the indices are? All right. And the bank continues to grind higher on the bit. You know, right now, as it's kind of been for the past bit of time, it's, you know, going into the afternoon, it's sideways to down on the VIX. So if bank continues to rally, you know, right now it's sideways to higher on the bank, sideways to lower on the VIX. That means sideways to higher on the indices. All right. Remember, these guys don't drive themselves, right? The underlying things that we talk about are the drivers behind them. So we'll see, but there's where the NASDAQ is, right? We do have this, you know, we'll have to see if it does trade this extension long, you'll have to see what is coordinating with that at the VIX. If the VIX still has room to squeeze higher, then more than likely this isn't going to hold and we're going to make this pullback. All right, so just let the VIX be your guide. All right, but that's what we're looking at right there. Bullish, bullish. Now, eventually we'll see some profit taking, right? That's completely normal. All right, so moving on to the YM and the NASDAQ. All right, YM, I knew it would do that. Okay. All right, here's the YM. It broke that extension long. So all it did was make its normal pullback from our lows, 4 a.m. yesterday, European Open, okay, to our highs. Bam, right there. All right, there's your long. Okay, there's your long on the YM. So now we've got to get through this short, obviously, but just keep an eye on bank, right? If bank continues to grind higher, right, then it's going to pull the YM through this. Okay, but we can watch this long from lows here. We absolutely can, as long as the VIX is, you know, coinciding with what we're looking at, and bank is coinciding with what we're looking at. We can watch this long from lows. You don't want to blindly trust this, right? You don't want to put a limit order there because we didn't break the short. But we'll see what bank is doing, what the VIX is doing if it does get down here. Okay, but just very technical, right? Just ripped right off of that. All right, so there's the YM. Bank must be showing some weakness here. Yeah, see how bank's starting to roll over a little bit. That's all it takes, right? And YM is kind of faltering a little bit. We need this to continue to go up to drag the YM and the Russells higher. All right, now onto the Russells. There we go. All right, Russells, nice, right? So this was our pullback that we were waiting on from our lows here on same thing. Well, it's a little bit later, 9:15 on Tuesday, a.m. Eastern, to our highs. There's our pullback, rip right out of there. Remember, we were talking about how once bank changes trend, the Russells and the YM get a huge pop. Right. Well, here's the Russells. Now the Russells a little bit ahead of the YM here, right? Because the Russells has now broken this short from highs. Right, it broke that. So we can watch for these pullbacks here. Right. Again, as long as VIX and bank are coordinating with that. But go Russells, go. Right. Go Russells, go. I still have a long position on the Russells. I have for a while. So go Russells, go. Looks good, right? This is all bank, so bank continues to grind higher. This is like a dog on a retractable leash, right? Bank gets too far away, leash snaps, and Russells will play catch up. Okay? All right, so there's the YM, or there's the indices, VIX Bank and the indices. How this guy's doing? Still just going nowhere. So as we go into the afternoon, right, we're looking at sideways to higher on bank, sideways to lower on the VIX, sideways to higher on the indices. Okay? Any questions? Any questions? Anybody? Everybody good? Everybody dialed in? Going in the afternoon? Yeah. Okay. Cool. All right, Bitcoin. We did have try that same thing, that too. We did have a development on Bitcoin. Okay. We broke on the futures market, but not on spot. Okay, on the futures market. We broke our halfway back on the new year. Okay, right there. We pierced it. All right. So from those January 1st, lows to highs, that pierced. So what we're going to watch for here, are these highs to lows, right? See if we get that pullback. But those, I mean, I should probably delete this. We did break that. Okay, now when I show you spot didn't. So what we can watch for is this pullback to lead us down. Now we've got massive targets down here. Remember this extension short that we were in that was briefly sloppy. I mean, I think by $100, right here, right there. We just pierced that. Remember, we defended it, just pierced it. So was it just sloppy? Normally, Bitcoin's not sloppy, but we'll see. I mean, that was during our, what time was this? Let me see. Let me zoom in here. Yeah, that was the afternoon, Monday afternoon. Yeah, Monday afternoon, right there, that little pierce. But then we broke this halfway back in the year. So do we need to watch, since we pierced this, do we need to watch our long from lows? Absolutely. We're going to be watching that for sure. Okay, we're going to be watching that for sure. All right, see how much room we have? So we'll see if we can squeeze back into these highs, and that would lead us down, and then we'll pay attention to that down there. Okay, got plenty of time, right? We got plenty of, this isn't a long, this isn't a blindly trusted long by any means. Okay. All right, so that's what we're looking at on Bitcoin. That's the setup right now. I mean, market participants do not like this, right? They do not like that whatsoever. Right there. That dip into highs, and then we redefended it. That's not a pretty look to go higher. Not a pretty look to go higher. All right. So that's where Bitcoin's sitting. Now let's look at spot. All right, that's not spot. This is spot. Okay, so make sure you guys got it. Yep. Okay. So remember that long, okay, from, now spot's going to be different because spot doesn't stop trading, right? There's no break. So those lows, now this is on Coinbase. Okay, those January 1st lows, it's actually right there. See, that didn't break on spot. Okay, so we're going to have to pay attention to that. All right, what's going to tell the tale is this pullback. Right? That's going to tell the tale right there. Okay, but it did break, it did pierce that larger extension short that I showed you guys. So that's what we're looking at. So spot did not break this. Okay? Did not break that. All right. So again, this will tell the tale, right? This will tell the tale, because if that, see, there's a divergence right now between the futures market and the spot market, and normally we're going to default to spot, okay? But we're going to have to watch this, right? We're going to have to watch this for sure. Okay. All right. Hopefully that made sense, because remember, spot never stops trading. Futures took a break. All right, futures took a break. Okay. Stocks. What do you guys got? Why is this screen not, did I do something? No, okay. What would you guys like to see? Stocks. That'll be something. Anybody? Anybody? Baba. Yep, let's look at Baba. See if we got any more popping in here. Baba, SoFi. All right. Take a look at those. Okay. All right. I haven't looked at this one in a while. Gapperton. All right. Okay, that extension long broke. See, it's been a while since we looked at this. All right, this is on the weekly chart. This is a big time frame, right? So we had these pullbacks from October of 22 to our highs in March of 25. There's our pullback. All right, traded again. We went to and through those targets. This extension long highs to highs broke. So the most aggressive we could get here would be from this low in April of this year, okay, to our highs. All right, you can see that's what's trading right now. All right, now if that would break, right, we're making this much larger pullback. All right, so let's zoom into that. All right, so there's our pullback right there. Let's see if we've broken anything yet. All right, coming off. This is our next measured move right here. It's kind of obvious. Okay, there's our next measure. Get that down there. There's our next measured move right there. So you're in this short setup, leading you down to support. All right, you're in this short, leading you down to support. That's drawn from this high on November 25th down to this low on December 17th. Okay, right there. There's a series going down. If you draw from this high to this low, you get this. Then you draw from this high to this low, you get this. Right, that's the series leading us down. So the most aggressive you could get looking for a break, unless you just want to throw a dart down here and try to pick the bottom and hope you're right. The most aggressive you could get would be from these highs on January 2nd, okay, to lows. All right. And if that holds, right, because if we squeeze higher into this, that's just going to lead you down into this target and continuing down. You have a much larger target down here at these 142s. That's from this move as this target. So are we at support? Yes. Have we broken shorts? No. Okay. So that's how you have to look at it. All right. Now, depending on your time frame, right? If you're just looking for, you know, the shorter time frame, yeah, there's room to make this pullback. Right? There's room to make this pullback. Now, normally what's going to hold you down from there when you have a big gap like that is the low of the previous move to lows, right? And see right there, that's what's going to hold you down. All right, so if that little guy breaks, you could buy a pullback, see if you can make it up here, depending on your time frame. Now, the larger time frame, this is not bullish, not yet. Is it at support? Yes. Is it bullish yet? No. Right? It's got a little bit of work to do. Okay, so not for me anyway. I mean, there's a lot of different, you know, 100 ways to skin a cat, but for me, I wouldn't say that I would be bullish yet. I mean, depending on your time frame. All right, so that's how I would look at that. I would look, because I want probabilities on my side, so I would want at least this guy to break, because if that guy doesn't break, right, you're just going straight down in extensions, right? But if this guy would poke his head up here, you might be able to grab a pullback to lead you higher. But right now, there's no longs. There's no long setups whatsoever, other than just throwing a dart down here and hoping you're right at the bottom. And you could be right. I mean, you absolutely could be right. You're at support, right? There's no long setups yet. Okay. All right, hopefully that was good. I think that was user. All right. Yep. Your name shows up as user. User SI8OB7WY4J. I don't know who that is. So there you go. There's Baba. All right. Oh, it's Ethan. Okay. There you go, Ethan. All right. Thank you. Yes, you're very welcome. Okay, SoFi. I was just looking at this the other day too, I believe. Okay. Yes. Okay. So SoFi's in this extension long, and this is a whole bunch of Janet, Miss Jackson, if you're nasty, right in here. This is just chop nasty. Look at that on the weekly chart. But you're still in this long, right? From our highs January 21st of last year, of 2025, okay, to this high, September of 25. There's your pullback, no target hit. So just leave the draw right there. Bam, ripped out of it. Traded down here, support again. So this is just gross in the middle there. What did you say you had? 25.5. That's tight. It's not too bad. You got some support below you, but so this is just a range, right? Stay out of the middle. This is just jump. This is total rattlesnake country in the middle here, right? Dangerous, dangerous, dangerous. You're gonna get bit trying to trade the middle of this thing. So basically, that's how you have to look at it, right? Bottom of the range, top of the range, right? If you've got 25.50s, yeah. I mean, you're hoping for some, the broad markets keep heading higher. Yeah, but there was a reaction at support, which is good for you, right? There was a reaction at support. You haven't started holding longs yet. This was a little sloppy, right? Little sloppy right there. This is just Fred Flintstone getting his car going. We have to build up enough fuel down here to either fall or lift off. All right, but you did hold support, so that's good. All right, you did hold support, so that's good. All right, so this could run right back to the top of the range. All right. And then you got to be aware they got earnings coming up too. You always got to look a couple weeks ahead, so because you don't want to get a sign, and then the following week they have earnings, and then you're kind of in a pickle. All right, had that happen once this year, I think. And that's not fun. All right, so there's SoFi. All right, Gruber, gotcha. Yeah, you're still holding support, right? You're still holding support. So you just want the broad markets, you want the VIX to keep going down, the broad markets to keep going up. That'll give you that tailwind, right? Remember, because 80% of ships rise and fall with the tide, right? So if our indices are in an uptrend, right, that's going to be a bullish tailwind, let's say, for 80% of stocks. So you definitely want to see the indices continue in their uptrend. Mike, LHX. Yes, I don't know if I've looked at this. I don't know if I ever have. Let's see. Bullish, look good, right? I don't know anything about these stocks, right? Just going off what price is saying. Okay, coming out of these lows, right? Boom, target. Number 2, look at that, pretty technical, right? Right to target, sell off, profit taking. Number 3, right there. That's from July 20th of 09, right? Of 09 to our highs here in March of 22. There's that next pullback. So those targets are up at 340. All right, so zoom in here. Coming out of those lows. All right, here's number 1. A little bit sloppy. Let me see something. Pull back. No, it wasn't sloppy because that was the next pull. Yeah. Either way you look at it, you can say this is a little sloppy. There's not another low down here. Not really. All right, little sloppy. All right, but then coming out of that, here's your pullback right here. All right, there, almost to the penny. That's pretty technical. Then we blew through that target. All right, extension number 1 to target. Right. Extension number 2. Blew through that guy, but then this held for a second and then broke. All right. Held, broke. So what do we run into? Original anchor to highs. All right, right there. All right, so that target is at 327. So let's zoom in here. This is Fred Flintstone getting his car going. All right, anytime we get to those massive levels, chop around a little bit, be a little bit sloppy. All right, a little bit sloppy right there, but right to a target, but then we took off. All right, so you're looking at this high on December 12th, highs to highs. Okay, so that's your kind of bullish above line. right there. So you're drawing from these highs on December 12th, highs to highs. All right. Looks like we tried to trade that. Let me go down even more. Yeah, it looks like we tried to trade it once almost, and we're at that target. So you can just continue to trail. All right, continue to trail. So if you get pullbacks here, that'd be a add or a, even a new entry. Right, targets are up here, and then those larger targets are up at 340. All right, so it looks good, right? Looks good. You're going to see some profit taking, right? Just like normal. You'll see profit taking. And you can see if you can jump into that trend. All right, there should be a previous high there, right, too? Yep, see, there's that previous high as well. All right, just kind of how it works. All right, so you got the previous high, and you've got this extension long right there. All right, I got earnings 22 days. Okay, so there's that. There's LHX. There we go. All right, anything else, guys? Everybody good? Okay, moving on. All right, there we go. Okay, crude oil. All right, held that pullback. I didn't get this. Crude oil held this next pullback, right, in the middle of its range. So crude oil's in this short. All right, it's from this high on October 24th to our lows on December 16th. All right, it's in that short setup. I had our first right here. Right, this is the one I traded yesterday. There was a long from lows right here that broke, sold the first pullback, and we broke this long from this larger move, right? So we traded resistance, and now we've broken support, right? We broke our 61.8, so we broke the opposing move, and then we draw the short from highs, and right there, okay? Didn't quite make it. It was front run up here. All right, so there goes crude oil. All right, now it's got a target down here. Okay, this is a previous low. That's the only reason I have it marked up. These 55.30s. So we'll have to watch when it gets down there. See the amount of support down here. Right. But we can just continue to trade this until it fails. All right, we'll have to watch when we get down here. But that's impressive that it did hold that, because that is the middle of that range. See this range? And then finally we held the middle, and down we go. See, all these times, never held the middle, never held the middle, never held the middle, all of a sudden hold the middle, right? So I would say in a range, eventually the middle will hold. We just don't want to try to predict that, because we have to be wrong a whole bunch of times before we're right. All right, so now we've got something to work off of. Okay, but it did hold this short. I wouldn't necessarily draw this up. This is a pretty aggressive draw, right? I mean, right now we might be all right, but if we get down to these lows and then make a pullback, right? So there's not a whole lot to do right now. We had two really nice entries. We had this one yesterday, right? And then this one right here. So we had two really nice shorts. Nothing, like I said, we're kind of no man's land right now. But we'll see. We'll see. What would be really nice about crude oil is if we continue this range, because when crude oil goes into ranges, it's very, very technical, meaning it loves to dip into lows before rallies, loves to dip into highs before sell-offs. It's just the nature of this instrument. So if we could stay in this range forever, that would be awesome. All right, but you can see right here, dip into high, sell off right here. This is a previous low, this line. This was a dip into low, rally. Almost dipped into this high. I think we touched it to the tick, right? Sell off. So we'll see if we dip into low and see if we can rally back to the top. All right, so we'll be watching that. Actually, I'm going to put an alert right there. See if we dip into that low. All right, right there. All right, that's just going to let me know if we dip into this. Okay, so there's crude oil. There's crude oil. Gold and silver. Now this is impressive. All right, here's gold. I promise. Does that all the time. Mika, I just had it on there. Okay, here's gold making its pullback. We're in these much larger longs, right? Much larger longs. We've got targets on gold up at 47.45. All right, up here, almost $5,000 an ounce. All right. Inside of that, after we traded the support, we say the rhyme, trade support, break the short. Right there, trade support, broke the short. So that now we draw the long from lows. That thing got bought up quick. Okay. That got bought up. Why did it do that? There we go. Okay. So same thing as always. Now, gold hasn't broken. Silver's a little bit different. But gold hasn't broken this yet. This little short from highs. You can see it getting a reaction there. If that breaks, then we can draw another long from lows and buy that pullback. But if this doesn't break, we could fall back into support. We haven't even traded support yet. All right, but we'll see. Okay, now silver, a little bit different. That's not silver. Either. See, and why did it do that? Oh my gosh. Okay. So here's silver, right? Silver, this is really impressive. And why is this impressive? Well, funny you should ask, I'll tell you. From these highs, we could not make it. This is highest in, forever, history of forever. We couldn't make it through. But this pullback held and got a dramatic reaction. I got long silver right here. Okay, once I saw that there was support, 1 hour bar close, right, twice. Okay, I jumped in. So silver's holding the middle of that range already. Now, why is that a big deal? Because normally when we touch the top, we're going to come to the bottom and we're going to go back to the top. And eventually we hold the middle. Silver held it right away. Okay, now what we've done inside of this right here is if you zoom in, okay, coming off of these highs on the way down, right? We had our pullback right here, hit our target, and then we hit support, and then this is the next short setup, just going down in a series. That just broke. See it? That just broke. So what's that tell us to do? It tells us to draw long. Remember, two ways the market changes trend. One is we'll break a short and then hold that first pullback and lift off. Number two is a double top or a double bottom. Okay, this first pullback after a trend break, which is what this is, that's what gives you the right shoulder of a head and shoulders pattern. Okay, so that's what we're going to watch on silver. It's in a bid. You can see that it's in a bid, right? So very interesting. That gives us targets now at 85.73. Right, almost 80, almost $100. Right. So there we go. There we go. I got in. I might end up getting out at break even and see if I can get a better price. I got in like right, I don't know, somewhere in here. My entry is not below the 61.8 of this pullback. So this pullback could take me out, but I could possibly get a better price. So I'll probably either hedge it when I get off the call from you, or just move my stop to break even and see if I can get a better price. All right, but that's what we're looking at. Okay. So there's our precious metals. All right, moving on to our dollar. Now our dollar, what's interesting about this is we've been getting some dollar strength, and the indices are holding up really well. So they're kind of fading into that neutral correlation, right? Kind of getting out of our super inverse relationship with the dollar and kind of moving into neutral a little bit, right? Because all this dollar strength, right, indices should be falling, and they're not. So that's how you can tell. All right, so here's DXY. Right, remember, this is just an index too. This doesn't lead anything. It just moved because all the instruments inside of it. But from our lows on the 6th, that was yesterday, to our highs, we do have these pullbacks. Now, this is just junk looking. This is a really good example of how the DXY can lie. We've broken this long from lows. We've broken a short from high. This is just junk looking, right? Messed up because you started to hedge gold yesterday, forgot to watch it, so was looking for another re-entry. Hopefully get that pullback. Gotcha. I mean, whatever you're hedged, unless your hedge got taken out, you should be like delta neutral, right? I mean, unless your hedge got taken out and then you're like, well, crap, I just lost out on some profits. All right. Yeah, I'm hoping we get that pullback too. That'd be, yeah. I see what you're getting at because you're probably short and either your hedge got taken out and then we went back, started to go back down, or you're short hedged and you're wanting it to make that pullback so you can remove the hedge and use that to get long. Took it off too quick. Okay, I got you. And now you don't want to chase it. I see what you're getting at. Yep. Yeah, but you're net long, right? Please don't tell me you're short gold. Net short. Hopefully you're net long. Okay, good. All right. If you were net short gold, I'd have to drive a DC. All right. So let's get to the actual currencies. Yes. Okay, good. All right. So here's the dollar yen. Okay. Doesn't this look so much cleaner than DXY? Because DXY is just all jacked up right now. So here's the dollar yen from our highs on the 5th, January 5th. There's our resistance, right? To our lows down here on the 6th, 5th. All right. So this falling out of this is dollar weakness. Okay. It can't get through this. As of right now, it can't get through that short. Right? We've traded it once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5, 6, 7, 8, however many times you want to count it. Okay? But if we fall out of this, right, then that's dollar weakness. That's going to put a tailwind behind the precious metals, especially. Okay? Now, here's the euro. Euro's doing a whole lot of nothing. All right, there's a big long below us here. Okay, there's a big long below us. Now, we can't prove anything as far as if it's traded support until it breaks a short setup. And right now it's not. It's in this larger short and then this worker bee move from the 6th yesterday down here to lows. And you can see it's just going straight sideways. This is just junky junkerton right here. Right, just junk. So there's really no movement here, you know, on the euro, but it's still in shorts. Now, if it would go up and break, then all of a sudden we're in dollar weakness trades. We roll out of this, we're in dollar strength trades. All right. Now, the British pound has actually been more technical than the euro. All right. And it's long from December 17th to our highs on the 23rd. There were our pullbacks right there. All right. That target's up here. We haven't hit it. Right. So there's this worker bee move inside of that hasn't broken yet. Okay. It hasn't broken yet. And that's from our lows on December 31st. To our highs on the 6th yesterday. We haven't broken that yet, but if we do, no big deal. We're just going to fall back down to support. That would be dollar strength. But if we do lift out of this, dollar weakness. All right, get rid of that. Not that. There we go. Okay, so we'll have to keep an eye on the dollar. The good thing is the dollar isn't having a major effect here on the indices right now. What do we got? We just got a new low tick of the day. So you can see bank rolling over. We're getting a little bit of profit taken. All right, on the indices, starting to make this pullback. All right, VIX still straight sideways, right? But you can see now when the VIX is in neutral, right? Because this is neutral, right? It's like in a 3-tick range in here. When that's in neutral, watch what our financials are doing, right? Kind of default to the financials. All right, this didn't break, did it? We bounced off support. No, but we didn't break that. All right, so we'll see. If bank continues to fall this afternoon, right, that's going to be that boat anchor on the indices. Doesn't mean they're going to go straight down. It just means they're going to struggle. All right, if it turns around, starts to lift off, get our tailwind back. Okay. VIX just nowhere. Just nowhere. That's a big low tick of the day right there. There's a -800. We'll see if that gets bought up or we get another one. Probably going to get another one. See if we correlate a low tick at this support level. The only sketchy thing is bank still falling. So that would be against my rules, right? Because I have to go with this. Might have to go with this. Okay. All right. Any questions, guys? Anything you guys might have missed? Any questions? Has anybody heard anything more about conformity gate tonight? Are we supposed to get our official last episode? I've heard rumors both ways, right? But they might be being sneaky. Might underestimate their sneakiness. All right. Anybody got anything? Everybody else set going into the afternoon? Anything you might have missed? Everybody good? I need to poke you with a stick. Everybody good? All right. Okay. All right, guys. Yeah, just be safe. Just be safe this afternoon. Thanks, Ms. Kamika. Thanks, Mr. Paz. Tyler, you got us?
Yes, sir. We're going to wrap it up here for today, everybody. We're going to be back tomorrow morning, 8:15 a.m. Will be our last live stream of the week. But it's been a great week so far. Great start to 2026. So we're looking forward to another strong day tomorrow. Aaron, thanks again. And we'll see you guys all tomorrow morning. So peace out, everybody. Be safe. Goodbye. Goodbye. Peace.